Hello. Hello. Good morning. Respected Your Holiness, Bodhisattva Swami Anand Arun. Now I would like to call upon stage so first of all, I must let each one of you know that it is not in my capacity to really be able to do any justice by explaining or sharing the biography of His Holiness Swami Bodhisattva Swami Arun. And first of all, I would like to share His Holiness Bodhisattva. First of all, I would like to start by giving a little bit of an explanation about the word Bodhisattva. Because in the Mahayana world of Buddhism, Bodhisattva, we are very much aware, and we know in our own way and definition the character of a Bodhisattva. And now I really got so fortunate to hear from His Holiness directly the title of Bodhisattva he received. First of all, His Holiness was initiated into the spiritual training in the year 1974 by Bhagawan Osho. And he had an interesting interaction with the Osho, just like Milarepa had an interaction with Marpa, his guru eventually. Milarepa, when he heard the name of Marpa for the first time, not even seeing him personally, he was actually mesmerized spiritually. He felt some sort of a deep spiritual connection. And then over the years, they actually came across, and then he became such an enlightened figure that no Tibet has ever produced a scholar, an adept master like him. So in a similar way, Our Holiness heard about the name of Osho for the first time, and he was actually dancing with joy just by hearing this name. And today, Osho is no more, but in his biological form, he is no more, but he lives every second with His Holiness. And his guru, the Bhagawan Osho, is at his call. So this also shows how a student should be devoted to the guru. And especially the guru-student relationship is actually matchless. Nobody can actually compare to the way this Holiness actually maintains. And he was given the title Bodhisattva in 1984. And in 1984, now the Osho style of giving title Bodhisattva to someone else would have been really exceptional and phenomenal thing that nobody could hardly get it. I assume Your Holiness is the only one who obtained this Bodhisattva title from Bhagawan Osho. And Bodhisattva here means you are going to be taking rebirth or living in this cyclic existence for the last time. Henceforth, you are not going to be coming back as a human being, only as a Bhagawan, only as an enlightened manifestation. And I have to be aware of the time because, if I have to, even in my own capacity, if I have to share Holiness biography, I need eons of time. I may disappear, but the biography that I would like to mention about His Holiness is beyond infinity, actually. And to make things short, Swami is the leading spiritual master across the globe. There are over 200 centers, and in Nepal alone has over 10 centers. And number of the followers you may have, I have 1 follower, you may have 2 followers, some may have 10, 100, 1,000. But for Our Holiness, he has millions of followers. And not just followers like not having personal interaction. Each of them have received initiation from Holiness, have been enlightened, and have transformed the life. All this miserable life we are going through, he has managed to fix them through his enlightened visionary teachings. And he is also regarded as the 100 most influential personalities of Nepal. The 100, so there are only 100 people out of millions in Nepal who are the most influential figure. And His Holiness has actually, I would just like to share this one incident which I observed before my own eyes. Holiness, as our president, Dr. Karma Ura, invited him to preside over this Vajrayana conference. They had a video call. And over the video, what Swamiji, Our Holiness, said is, I have seen the video of little boy who is called as the reincarnation of Berusana. I think I have some connection to him from the past. That's how Holiness told to Dr. Karma, and Dr. Karma was sharing it to me before even I had an audience with Holiness. And yes, when Holiness arrived here, we managed to create one audience with both of them, the meeting of the 2 greats, I would say. And then they had a kind of a deeper conversation where Our Holiness was actually born as he reincarnated in Tibet 2-3 times, and many times in India as a practitioner. And then Berusana Rinpoche said, I was also in India before, and that time I was Ananda, he said. And then Our Holiness came to realize, oh, this is our connection. When I was in India, when Ananda was there, Ananda is the cousin of the Lord Buddha. When Ananda was there, I was there too. And I was initiated as a Buddhist monk by Ananda. So this is the meeting of my teacher. And then after that, Our Holiness became very, very speechless, wordless, and he got very, very deeply connected. And he started even shedding tears uncontrollably. So this is actually how I could say that Swamiji has always seen some connection is there. But when they really came across, they now realized. So Our Holiness considers meeting Berusana is actually meeting his own personal teacher. So having shared this much, now I will offer a more moment back to His Holiness, Your Holiness. Now you may please deliver your guided meditation to us. We are so fortunate to have you on stage. Thank you.
Allow me to start with a small prayer, 2 minutes prayer. Is it okay? Then we start with a prayer.
Sukho buddhanamupado sukha saddhamma desana sukha sandhassa samaggi samagganam tapo sukho namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddha गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि द्वितीयंपि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि द्वितीयंपि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि द्वितीयंपि संघं शरणं गच्छामि तृतीयंपि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि तृतीयंपि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि तृतीयंपि संघं शरणं गच्छामि.
It's okay? Sound is okay? My very respected lamas here, Buddhist practitioner, and the Holiness who has introduced me here, him I call my Param Guru. I tell you the reason. I am a disciple of Virochan. That Virochan Rinpoche, when I arrived here, it was the biggest surprise for me. When first I got the darshan, and we were talking, and I asked him that, have you been with Buddha? He said, yes, he was Ananda. At the time of Buddha, he was the closest disciple and brother of Buddha, Ananda. And in my meditation, I remember that I was introduced into Buddhism 2500 years before by Ananda. He is my first guru who introduced me into the Buddhism. No? So it was a big occasion for me that I met my first guru who introduced me into path of meditation. And then that His Holiness who has introduced me here, he is teaching Buddhism to Rinpoche, Virochan Rinpoche. That's why I call him Param Guru. He is Guru of my Guru. So I call him my Param Guru. My dear friend, my respected lamas and respected friends, it is a blessing for me. I was dreaming to visit this holy land because I have read the Padmasambhava has said somewhere that what you can gain knowledge and meditation in Tibet in 6 months, you can gain the same in Bhutan in 6 days. So I had a great curiosity and desire to visit this holy land. So I thank Dashokarma, respected Dashokarma, who invited me for this conference, and my long cherished dream is fulfilled that I visited the Holy Land. Your country, I am a meditator. I live in an ashram, and the area of ashram we call Buddha field. Buddha field is an energy field where meditation is natural, where people meditate or where some Buddha has lived in past. That area is called Buddha field. So our ashram, I have started about 100 ashram in Nepal and about 25 around the world. So we call all those ashrams area Buddha field, means that's a field of Buddhas. My dear friends, when I entered into this country, I found that this whole country is a Buddha field. Wherever I went, I felt the energy everywhere. Your country, you are very fortunate. Those who are born in, those who are nationality, we have national of Bhutan, and we are also fortunate that you have given us the opportunity to visit this whole country is a Buddha field. Wherever I went, just close my eyes, I feel the same energy of meditation. No? So I congratulate you that you are born in the best place of the world as far as meditation is concerned. No? This is the best place in the world. The world was not preserved in Tibet. You have preserved it in Bhutan. No? One time, Tibet was this epicenter of Buddhism, but because of the political reason and so many other reasons, now the epicenter is Bhutan, where Buddhism is alive and you can feel Buddha at any corner of this country. If you just close your eyes, I feel very strong energy. So I thank everybody who has invited me here, and I will love to visit this land again and again, because my guru, no, Ananda, I was an ordinary person. Ananda initiated me into Buddhism 2500 years before. And my journey started by his grace, by his blessing. And I could meet my Param Guru here. No? So I was crying when the moment he said that he is Ananda, I cried for several minutes. I forget all the protocol of the palace, and I hold his hand, put it into my chest, and I was crying. I remember, I will not forget the moment which when I was in his presence. So first thing, I feel myself very fortunate that I got this invitation and I am here with you. My dear friend, I am a disciple of Osho Rajneesh. According to Karmapa, 16 Karmapa, when he has visited Nepal, where I live, and also my friend have visited him in Sikkim, where his monastery was, 16 Karmapa. And 16 Karmapa has talked about Rajneesh, about Osho, in detail. And he said that he is the Buddha, modern Buddha, and he can teach the world, because the present world has no more patience to meditate for years. And people want things in short time. Everything is becoming smart, and people don't have patience to wait for years. But Rajneesh can teach meditation in 7 days what was not possible in 7 years before. Because that time people had patience, people were simple. But your country is still simple and people have patience. But outside Bhutan, if you go to Europe or America, people cannot wait. That they are so impatient, no? And they want instant coffee, immediate. So for meditation also, if you tell them to meditate for years or months, no, even they cannot spare time for 7 days. So they want technique which is very suitable, which can transform them in a very short time. So my dear friend, Osho is a Buddha of modern time. Rather, I will tell you, his ideas are so revolutionary, so powerful, that even the present time very few people could understand him. So I told, whenever I remember him that he's a master of future. He's a master, he's a Buddha of maybe after 50 years more people will be able to understand. But here in Bhutan, I found many people who have read Osho and who respect Osho, and with their great compassion, I'm here with you to talk about his techniques, meditation, what I've learned from him. I met him 55 years before. Before joining Osho, I have tried meditation because my sanskar was of meditator. I have been born many years in Buddhist fold, 2 times in Tibet, 1 time in Nepal. I was born as a Buddhist monk. You know, enlightenment is not easy. No? Even Buddha has said that he has many life. You can read in Jata Katha. He has many life. Even my master Ananda has taken many life before he became enlightened. No? So it is not one life's job. It needs long practice. But in this age, people, as I told you, people cannot wait for many life. So Osho is a master of this age. He developed techniques in which within 7 days you can feel some change in you. You will not be the same. You will be the same person, which was possible after years of meditation. For us, when we started meditation, when I was in school, I started, and we said many Hindu ashram, Ramakrishna ashram, Raman Maharshi ashram, Aurobindo ashram, I learned some technique. But I was not getting the result. No? When I met Osho, just attending one camp of 7 days, there was transformation. And I found that he is master. He is not only a master, he is master for the 20th century, but he is a master of 21st century. My dear friend, the one thing, the very special about Osho Rajneesh is, he is not against material comforts, relationship. His teaching is that we should be rich on material plane also, and also we should be rich in a spiritual plane. The previous tradition in my country, I am from Nepal, in my country was Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya, means the Brahma, God is true and this world is dream. Osho didn't agree. He said, no, this world, material world is also true. And God, yes, Brahma is also true, but you should not ignore the material world. If you ignore the material world, because of that, the whole Asia remained poor. Because in Asia we were meditating. We have done a lot of meditation, and maximum number of enlightened people has happened in this Indian subcontinent. No, maximum number of enlightened people has happened in Nepal, India, Sikkim, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, this Indian subcontinent. But we remain poor. No? We were very rich in consciousness, but in material plane we remain poor. Still, your country, you are very fortunate that you have very intelligent and very practical king. He is like a god. I have highest respect for him, that he has made this country richer than India. This country is rich, 3 times more rich than Nepal, and maybe 1.5 times more than India. No? So you are very fortunate that you have very practical king who has preserved this culture and also who is very progressive. I find everywhere here it is so clean country, You don't find in Indian subcontinent. If you go to India, in the streets are very dirty. If you come to Nepal, there's lot of, all rivers are polluted. No, everywhere in the world, in main city, rivers are polluted. But here, I found your rivers are clean. You are very fortunate. I have not found anywhere in the world. I have traveled around the world to preach meditation, conduct meditation camps, and in any city, the river is dirty, because of the pollution. But my dear friend, you are so fortunate that in the capital city, Bhutan's capital, the rivers are so clean. It is a surprise to me. I have never found roads are so clean, river is so clean, people are so meditative, and people are so loving and so gentle. So I congratulate you that what is our dream, we also disciple, we have a dream that someday, I live in Nepal, someday we will make Nepal clean, and we'll make our river clean, and we will preserve our culture. Whatever is our dream in Nepal, I found it is materialized in your country. In Bhutan, all my dream is materialized. What is I am dreaming for my own country? I am first time in Bhutan, and I see that my dreams are materialized. All it is, this country is clean, people are very gentle, and people are not poor, and most of the thing, happiness index. I have traveled around the world, rich country, Germany, France, America, Canada, conducted meditation camps. Materially, they are very rich. In Europe and especially in North America, people are very rich. They have everything except happiness. They have all the material facility, but I found them, they are very serious and very unhappy. People are committing suicide. Suicide rate is increasing. Even teenagers, is committing suicide. I have data. In America, 3 million teenagers is suffering from suicidal thoughts. 3 million teenagers at the moment, So they need medical, psychological treatment or psychological support. The WHO had predicted that within 25 years, 20% people in the world will commit suicide. The world is becoming rich. Their physical facility, but people are becoming more and more unhappy. I don't find a smiling face that I found here in Bhutan. I have traveled in America, and I found only 2 times a smiling face. When I enter into the plane, the air hostess gives a commercial smile. Welcome. That smile is commercial. There is no depth in that smile. And when I purchase thing and pay to the cashier, then he gives another commercial smile. That's very commercial. But otherwise, I don't find a smile. People are serious. So they are unhappy for no reason at all. They have everything. They have per capita income much more than what you have in Bhutan, and they have better houses, better car, everything materially they are affluent, but spiritually they are very poor, and they are unhappy for no reason at all. No material reason, but they are unhappy. I found them unhappy. And my dear friend, in meditation, I am teaching meditation. I have initiated in Nepal about 100,000 people as a sannyasi, as also sannyasi, and about 25,000 people in the developed country, and I will tell you, they are the happiest lot in the world. We meditator, when we meditate, we become happy for no reason at all. If you come to our ashram in Tapovan, where I live, I invite everybody to visit Tapovan. At least for 7 days, you come and attend a meditation camp. You will find people smiling from morning to evening. We crack jokes, we dance, we play music. We don't have bank balance. No, people live in the commune. Commune support them. Nobody has private property. We don't have private land or private property. Commune support us. They give us food and accommodation. So materially we have no reason to be happy, but we are happy for no reason at all. No? The same reverse I found in America and Canada and Australia. They have everything, but they are unhappy for no reason at all. No? Because lifestyle has become such. So meditation, I found wherever I have conducted meditation camp, within 7 days, people's face has changed. Now, we have done medical test also, that what happens after meditation. If the people attend 7-day meditation camp, their hormone change. They have happy hormone in the body. And they have better sleep. And they know anxiety. In anxiety, I have a data, 60% reduction in anxiety happens in 7 days. Medically proved. I have all this certificate, no? Otherwise, by psychotic treatment or by meditation, by medicine, it takes years to reduce the anxiety. But in our meditation camp, we have done medical tests. 60% people's reduction in anxiety in 7 days. 7 दिन में उसको चिंता 60% घट. So it is a surprise to doctors. So meditation can make you happy for no reason at all. Because Buddha used to say that there is no difference between me and you. The only difference is I am awake and you are sleeping, Buddha. My master also used to say that you are sleeping, Buddha. Any moment you can awake. No, nothing is preventing you. No, you have to make a decision that now no more. I will not no more live in life of misery, and I will become awake. And you can become awake. You are all sleeping, Buddha. So, my dear friend, first let me salute you, the Buddha within you. Buddha is within you, everybody. I salute the Buddha within you, and I pray to the existence that Buddha within you should become awake. And you can also walk and live like an enlightened person. That's the Bodhisattva. My Param Guru has introduced me. In our terminology, Rajneesh terminology, Bodhisattva are awarded to those persons who are qualified for enlightened. They are not enlightened. I am not enlightened, but qualified for enlightened. That they say that the person who will in this life become enlightened, they are qualified as Bodhisattva, and I was not alone. Also, along with me, my master declared 21 disciples. We were 21 disciples. They also declared that these 21 disciples will become enlightened in this life. They will not have to wait for the other life. So that is the meaning of Bodhisattva in Rajneesh philosophy. Bodhisattva are not enlightened like Mahayana or Vajrayana. No, Bodhisattva are qualified for enlightenment. No, they can attain enlightenment in this life. No, even to attain enlightenment in this life is a big thing, because even if you become Sotapanna, it takes 7 lives for Sotapanna. to become enlightened. Same in life, for Sotapanna, no? So if we become enlightened, but our master has created very quick method, fast method, very scientific method, whereby dancing, singing, laughing, enjoying life, you have not to sacrifice anything. In Osho philosophy, the only thing you have to sacrifice, you have to live is your ego, your mind. You accept your mind and ego. No? Nothing is hindering your enlightenment. My dear friend, I would like to tell you that we have 3 layers. One is our body. It is made of Panch Tattva, you know already. Earth, water, fire, air, and emptiness. This body is made of Panch Tattva. And one day, when we will die, this earth will be dissolved into Panch Tattva. The second thing is our being, the soul, which comes from the existence from God. No? So that will never die. That will remain always. No? Our soul, our being, our Atma will always remain alive. So that is from the existence. Body is from Panchatattva, material things. The soul is from the existence, from God. And in between is mind. Body and being, in between is mind. Mind is made of thoughts, desires. And there is no end of desire. No? Or desire. Nobody can fulfill his desire, all desires. You fulfill one desire, another desire will come your mind. So only thing you have to transcend and you have to understand is your desire. Body needs are very simple. Body needs food, sleep, some rest, sleep, some clothing, no, and a loving heart. Body needs are very limited. It can be fulfilled, no, but the mind's desire is unlimited. Nobody can satisfy the desire of mind. You fulfill one desire, another desire will come. And the desire is our bondage, and mind is our bondage between our soul and our being, our soul and our body. The mind is a cloud. Like in a full moon night, we don't see the moon. During the rainy season, it is clouded. Similarly, our being, our Atma, is clouded by our desire and thought, and we cannot realize that we are enlightened. We don't need anything. We are Sat Chit Anand. We are happy for no reason at all. So, the only thing we have to transcend is our desires. Or anything we have to drop is our desire and our mind and our ego. The Osho does not teach to sacrifice any of your physical pleasure. You can have sex, you can have money, you can keep house, you can keep profession, all the material thing you can keep. No, only thing you have to drop is your ego. Things are happening in this world. We are not the doer. We are the watcher. No? All the great things are happening in the world. This life is happening. Breath is happening. I'm not doing it. Even when people go unconscious for months, still the breath happens. No? Breathing happens. The 5 liters of blood is running in the body. I'm not doing it. It is happening. No? When you sleep also, your heart works, your whole system works. So in the existence, things are happening. We are not the doer, we are the watcher, we are the witness. To understand this witnessing consciousness will make you free from all bondage and all problem. When we become doer, we become very serious and we become miserable. So meditation will shift your attention. You are not a doer, you are a watcher. Things are happening. No? We were child, we have become, slowly people become young, I am getting old, I am 82, one day I will die. Things are happening. I'm not doing it. If it was in my hand, I had never allowed my hair to become white. No, it is not in my hand. So things are happening. If this understanding comes to our mind, our ego will dissolve. And only bondage, only problem in this world is ego. That because of the ego, there is so many war and so many conflict in the world. So my dear friend, I have come here to ask you only one thing. Give me your ego. Drop your ego and your life will become happy. There is no problem in this world. World is very beautiful. No? All problem is created by our mind and our ego. And your mind and ego can be dissolved by meditation. I have developed meditation course for 7 days. I invite you in Tapovan, in my ashram, come for 7 days, and I guarantee that in 7 days you will find that you are happy for no reason at all. Thank you very much.
We have 10 more minutes.
My time is over.
नहीं 10 minute है.
10. 10.
वो demonstration के लिए.
Huh?
Music के लिए 10 minutes है.
Okay. So if you have any question, better. If you have any question, you can raise. I have got 10 minutes. My dear friend, you have any question? Otherwise, I will do a meditation, short meditation. What you prefer? Say short meditation. Okay.
Swamiji, I give you 10 minutes more.
Thank you very much, my. Thank you.
Your holiday. We have 10 more minutes.
Thank you.
And in that time, we would like to get blessings of our meditation.
Okay.
We'll just skip the questions because questioning things never end.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, my Param Guru. You are a guide. Thank you. My master's master. He teaches Buddhism to my master, so I call him master's master, Param Guru. Thank you for the grace of time. My dear friend, by meditation, what happens? Normally, meditation needs practice of months, of years, to dissolve your mind, to transcend your mind. We have developed short techniques. You can dilute your mind within 10 minutes. You can drop your mind within 10 minutes, and you can feel the bliss which enlightened people feel all the time. You can have a taste of it, no? At least a spoonful taste of no mind. No? The mind is a barrier. A mind is creating all problem in your life and in the life of the world. The war and conflict, all because of the mind. So I will do a short meditation which will give you a taste of no mind. No? We have, Osho has developed many meditation. There is one meditation, which meditation, his name is no mind. Within 2 hours, we can give you taste. If you come to Tapovan within 2 hours, we can give you taste of silent mind. What a blissful person you become when your mind is silent. And mind is not between your being and your body. But we don't have time for that. So we do a 10-minute meditation, if you allow me. I have 10-minute meditation to give you a spoonful taste of no mind. Okay. So, my dear friend, drop first thing, the mind has expectation. So drop all expectation. Become loose and natural and allow things to happen. Whatever happen, allow it to happen. Don't expect anything because all expectation comes from mind, desire. No? So drop expectation and be in let go. Relax yourself. First relax your body, totally relax. Relax your breath for 10 minutes. Drop your mind and feel more, think less. This meditation is heart-oriented meditation. You will feel the bliss from your heart. So come back from your head to your heart. Huh? Head has expectation, so don't drop all expectation and be like a child and we allow things to happen. Whatever happen, welcome it to happen. No? Be ready and come back from head to your heart. Think for that you are beheaded. You have no head. For 10 minutes you have no head. You function through the heart. You will only feel things. You are not going to think about it. No? For 10 minutes. I will play music. Music also find that music is the most powerful tool for meditation. In most of our meditation, my dear friend also has designed 600 technique of meditation. 600 technique of meditation. And half of those meditation is supported by music. About 300 meditation we have, we do with the music. So, music can take you immediately into no mind. If you listen to the music and melodious music, it can give you a taste of no mind. So our meditation are waste, Osho meditation, half of his meditation are waste on music. So we will play music, allow them, not only hear the music, because ear can hear. Listen the music. Listening happens from the heart. Hearing happens from the ear. No? So listen the music from your heart. And be heart-oriented. Give your body freedom. Better unfold your fist and raise it to receive the grace. Because grace is this always available. We are close. We don't receive the grace. When one person approached my master Osho and he said that Bhagwan, give me blessing, give me grace. I have come for blessing. Osho answered that around enlightened person, grace is all the time showering. There is rain of grace. But you are come with an umbrella of your mind. So grace is there, but you won't be able to receive. Because even if it rains, and if you walk with umbrella, you will not become wet. So grace is no problem. Grace is every temple. I visited the Buddha Central Temple here last night. It was so graceful, so much energy is there. No, the grace is there, but when we are oriented, mind oriented, we don't receive the grace. So this meditation is of grace. The grace will descend, Buddha grace, Rajni's grace, only enlightened master. You are very, very, very fortunate, my dear friend, that His Eminence Birochan Rinpoche is here in your city, Thimphu. An enlightened master is here. It is a big gift. Yes, your city has a big gift that the enlightened master here. He became enlightened 2500 years before, not today. He is not fresh enlightened. He is very seasoned enlightened, who became enlightened with Buddha. No, 2500 years before he became enlightened. So a seasoned enlightened person is in city, your city. How fortunate you are. No? So his grace is there. You can receive his grace. No? I will invoke and invite. So when music starts, close your eyes, raise your both hands to receive the grace, drop your mind and feel the grace. The whole hall will become graceful. There will be rain of grace from Buddha, from Birochan, from Osho. Close your eyes, open your hand, be ready to receive. Make your hand antenna to receive the grace and allow things to happen. If you feel like allow to sway your body. If you feel like dancing, just stand up and dance. Don't feel shy. Allow things to happen. Sure. 9 मिनट वाला लगाना है, ठीक है. Feel the grace of music. Allow your body to vibrate with the music. आवाज मत करो. Showering, only you have to receive it. We are short of time, so just remain in silence for a few minutes. Just remain in silence and feel the energy. Keep your eyes closed, at least for 2-3 minutes. Keep your eyes closed, fist open, and feel the energy. Feel from your heart.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Your Holiness. Now, Your Holiness has already given the glimpse of the trailer of upcoming, more to come practice. I'm already decided to visit Tapovan Osho Ashram in Nepal. Thank you. And soon everyone will join.
Just a minute. His books are available at bookstore down. Osho books are available. All these books, I will request you to see, and if you're interested, you can pick up one book there, at a bookstore. Out of his 700 books, about 70 books are available here, so you can see. And if their book on Heart Sutra, Diamond Sutra, Discipline of Transcendence, and also on Dhampada. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Guruji can relax. Thank you very much. In future we can have more longer sessions.
One day we can have 1 day of meditation sometime.
May I please request everyone to settle down? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Welcome back from the guided meditation. I hope it refreshed your minds and it rejuvenated your after the last night concert. After all, when does music and concert do not connect with meditation and mindfulness? Well, I am 𝐁𝐡𝐮, and I'm the MC for today. Without further ado, let me grab this opportunity to introduce you all our today's session chair. Dr. Tashi Zangmo is an executive director and visionary founder of the Bhutan Nuns Foundation, an organization established under the patronage of Her Majesty, the Royal Queen Mother Ashi 𝐶𝐻 Wangchuk. Dr. Tashi conceptualized and founded the BNF as part of her doctoral research, earning her PhD in 2005 from the University of Maastricht. Since then, the foundation has been at the forefront of empowering Bhutanese nuns by supporting nunneries and promoting education for female monastics, thereby contributing significantly to Bhutan's broader development and gender equity goals. The BNF works to equip nuns with the education and skills necessary to become well-trained, effective community leaders. Its mission aims to close the gender gap in education, uplift marginalized communities, and elevate poverty through a compassionate and sustainable approach rooted in Bhutan's spiritual heritage. Dr. Zangmo began her academic journey with a BA in Buddhist philosophy in 1995. She later pursued a second BA in development studies from the Mount Holyoke College, Maastricht, graduating in 1999. Her passion for advancing the status of women and nuns in Bhutan led her to pursue further studies, culminating in a doctoral thesis in 2009 titled Women's Contribution to Gross National Happiness, a critical analysis of the role of nuns and nunneries in education and sustainable development in Bhutan. Her research combined feminist theory and critical pedagogical analysis to evaluate learning quality within nunneries and recommend concrete reforms. In recognition of her pioneering work, Dr. Zangmo was named one of the BBC's 100 most inspiring and influential women in the world in 2018. Her leadership continues to inspire a growing movement toward inclusive development and the advancement of women in Bhutan and beyond. I could praise her and her work further, but our Arhat, the timekeeper, would not allow me to do that. So please let me welcome Dr. Tashi Zangmo and take over the session. Please welcome. Thank you so much and enjoy the sessions on narrative of awakening stories of devotions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. And so without further ado, I'll go ahead and introduce our speakers that I'm learning right now at this moment that there are 6 speakers. I thought we have only 5. So 6 scholars, eminent speakers that I have in front of you all. And I will not read their bios. Instead, I will introduce them with their names and their research paper shortly, and that you can read, it's here. So, because they have only 15 minutes. And the first speaker, out of the 6, the first speaker here is Mr. Jacob P. Dalton, and he's from 𝐁𝐡 Foundation's Distinguished University Professor, UC Berkeley, and his research is on Dzogchen versus Kalachakra, and Patrul Nima Jigme on meditation visions. In the 16th century, Gyalwang Rinchen Phuntsok integrated key Nyingma teachings into his Drigong Kaju lineage, and he also became a treasure revealer and revealed many treasures from Khandwe Sogyal's cave. And from there, the treasure is Gongbayangtik and so on. And now the
with a question. When we meditate, do we hope to transcend the body and enter another world of awakened mind? Or do we seek to engage more fully in our bodily experience and the larger material world? More specifically, with my time here, I want to explore the place of the material world within the transcendent non-dual visions of Dzogchen we've heard a few speakers speak about. In gazing into the sky, this well-known practice, are the emerging visions perceived by the ordinary fleshy eye or some sort of more developed wisdom eye? Put another way, do these visions unfold in the actual blue sky or in some more interior imaginal space? These kinds of questions have long been debated in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. Consider, for example, Longchenpa's response to these lines from the 𝐻𝐴 an early Dzogchen Yingtik commentary, which reads, "The expanse has outer and inner aspects. The outer is apprehended as a cloudless sky, the inner expanse as the pure lamps that are expressed there." So to this, Longchenpa responds, "Regarding this, there is someone in his day who identifies the outer expanse as merely the cloudless sky. This is utterly inappropriate. The ordinary sky is not established in connection to a person, and the visionary lamps are correlated with whether a person is present. Here, the blue expression of the inner space appearing outwardly is what we call the outer expanse, so a sort of exteriorization of an interior space. The sky opens the possibility for this, yes, but this is not the actual expanse." So here we see Longchenpa interpreting the outer expanse away from being just the cloudless sky mentioned in the 𝐻𝐴 viewed by an embodied subject, toward a more inner space, like a space that is inherent to the subject, even as it is, in some sense, exteriorized. While Longchenpa's visionary space may initially be opened by gazing at the sky, it ultimately leaves behind our common experience of such mundane upper regions. Precisely why Longchenpa insists on his more interiorized reading remains unstated, but he does go on to explain that the true visionary expanse must be dependent on the meditating subject. The actual sky as a space that exists apart from that meditative subject is just too objective. One wonders here if Longchenpa might have been defending Dzogchen from critics in the 14th century who did not like the central role materiality played in the earlier Nyingtik sources, such as the 𝐷𝐴, the very early Nyingtik tantras and so on, focus a lot on materiality. In any case, some 6 centuries later, we find a related discussion in the early 20th century writings of Patrul Namkha Jigme, who lived from 1888 to 1960. As already mentioned, he was the son of Dudjom Lingpa and reincarnation of Patrul Rinpoche. Namkha Jigme wrote a lengthy and comprehensive work on Dzogchen theory and practice, titled the Yeshe Selwar Tunba, or a lucid teaching on primordial wisdom. This work is framed as a commentary to a relatively short terma text of the 16th century, the Dzogchen Yeshe Kundzok, a treasure, a terma, revealed by the Drikung master Rinchen Pundzok, who revealed it as part of his larger Gompa Yangsap cycle from the Yeshe Tsogyal cave at Terdrum in Tibet. So Namkha Jigme introduces his discussion of the Dzogchen visions polemically by raising a hypothetical objection to them. Some opponents say, he writes, since these Dzogchen visions rely on causes and conditions, and because they are seen with sense organs, meaning the fleshy eyes, it is untenable for them to be called a direct perception of dharmata, chen-yin-ngun-zum, which is a technical term in this tradition. So whenever I say dharmata here, I'm talking about chunyi, sometimes translated as reality. I'm going to stick with the Sanskrit term. Anyway, regarding our Dzogchen claim, Latsen Namkha Jigme continues, that these are visions of the pure realm of the Sambhogakaya, they further argue that it is not reasonable for them to be seen by one who has not attained the bhumis and so forth. There are many such objections. Put another way, Namkha Jigme's opponents pose 2 questions. First, how can our ordinary physical eyes see the dharmata so immediately? And second, how can an ordinary person who's not even attained the first bhumi see appearances of the sublime Sambhogakaya? The sources Namkha Jigme cites in answering these questions indicate that his opponents here are followers of Sarma Tantric systems, and particularly of the Kala Chakra and the Arya school of Guhya Samaja exegesis. Perhaps then he has in mind some Gelugpa or someone who, but this is never really made explicit, who his opponents are. Having framed his discussion, though, of this relationship between the ordinary physical body and these transcendent visions, kind of polemically, Namkha Jigme begins his response in this way. Quote, our Dzogchen visions are similar to the empty forms of my opponent's own Kala Chakra Tantra. So it's not worth my while to refute those who are aligned with vow breakers who are simply draining their own lineage, meaning, well, your Kala Chakra is just the same, so stop complaining. He proceeds to identify a lengthy series of passages from Sarma Tantras that are similar to the Dzogchen visionary practices. From the Kala Chakra itself, for example, he quotes, quote, in the middle of the cloudless sky, a yogin should look with wide open eyes, end quote. So Sarmapa, who criticized Dzogchen, in other words, need to look at their own Kala Chakra-based visionary practices, which are essentially the same. I could digress into, he goes on at some length about the relationship of the visions in Kala Chakra versus Dzogchen, but it's very technical, so I'll leave that aside. Even so, objects Namkha Jigme's hypothetical opponent once more, only people on the first bhumi should be able to see these dharmata visions directly. Namkha Jigme responds, in one sense, when the shape of the actual sun is covered by clouds, so this is a metaphor, when the actual sun is covered by clouds, even if its rays are only seen a little bit, we still call it seeing the sun. It would be foolhardy, after all, to say that for the sun to be present, its light and rays must be present, and that if those aren't there, there's no sun. Here, 𝐁𝐡𝐮 is saying that the Dzogchen visions seen by ordinary beings may be filtered by their karmic impurities, but they remain nonetheless visions of the Dharmata. He explains further, you say that it is impossible for an impure mind to see the 𝐶𝐶, but created emanations of Buddhas and so forth do appear for ordinary beings, after all, and they become actual Nirmanakaya Buddhas for those who have consummated the paths of accumulation and application. And then they further become halfway Sambhogakayas for bodhisattvas up to the 10th bhumi, and finally a self-appearing indivisibility of Sambhogakaya and Dharmakaya for Buddhas. So according to 𝐁𝐴 here, the same visions will appear differently depending on the viewer's level of realization. As one's insight grows, the appearances fade into luminosity, gradually transforming from physical appearances into full-blown Nirmanakayas, then slowly dissolving into luminous forms of Sambhogakaya until they are experienced as full-blown non-dual luminous manifestations of form and emptiness. As the clouds of our karmic impurities burn away, in other words, the sun's light rays become clearer, but they always originate from beginning to end from the same sun. 𝐁𝐴 concludes, therefore, from the perspective of the view of the abiding nature, there's no contradiction in saying the visions are actually, right from the beginning, Dharmakaya and Sambhogakaya. This makes perfect sense. Taking another tack, 𝐁𝐴 again approaches his opponent's question of whether visionary Sambhogakaya forms can be seen with one's ordinary fleshy eyes. At this point, 𝐁𝐴 moves beyond simply quoting Sarma sources and begins to form his own arguments. Quote, as for seeing with the ordinary eye, sense faculty, if we examine this in detail, here the visions are seen by the far-reaching lasso lamp of primordial wisdom. They are not seen by the support of that, i.e. the ordinary eye, although that seeing is dependent on the support of the sense faculty. So here, 𝐁𝐴 introduces some careful nuance. Ordinary beings may be able to see the Dharmata, and their ordinary bodies may be necessary as supports for their practice. But when they see that Dharmata, they do so with a kind of transcendent inner eye, this far-reaching lasso. And this is a kind of spontaneous imaginal eye that emerges concurrently with the visions. Longchenpa already talked about this. And this is similar, he reminds us, to the situation described in Sarma texts. So he cites the Vajrapani's Kala Chakra-inspired commentary to the Chakra Samvara, quote, it's not realized with the eye, nor is it realized without the eye. The precise nature of the relationship between the physical body and the transcendent visions then is difficult to describe, perhaps even paradoxical. 𝐁𝐴 then delves further into this paradoxical relationship between the material world and the visions of Dharmata. He raises this hypothetical question. If, from the perspective of the abiding nature, there's no difference between seeing earth and stones and seeing luminous appearances, well, why are you praising these visions so much? To answer this, 𝐁𝐴 turns to the concept of the supreme conventional, or the supreme conventional truths, 𝐷𝐴 Kunzol. In particular, he raises the subtle body of channels and winds as another example, like the visions of Dharmata, of a phenomenon that partakes of both the physical and the transcendent, the conventional and the ultimate. Quote, from the perspective of phenomenal qualities in their manner of appearance, the three subtle doors of channels, winds, and tiglae drops are the basis for accomplishing the body, speech, and mind of all the Buddhas. All these aspects of the subtle body are seen as the mandala of reality, 𝐶𝐻𝐴 𝐿𝐿, sort of similar language to that 𝐶𝐻𝐴 𝐿𝐿, or direct perception of Dharmata. So this subtle body is seen similarly to these visions, and which is the supreme convention, Plakpe Kunzop, mentioned in the tantras of our own and other traditions. The impure is the opposite of that supreme conventional. The difference between impure conventional and supreme conventional, which involves clinging to mistaken appearances, is like the metaphor of the mottled rope and the snake, where someone mistakes a rope for a snake. A distinction between true and false conventional truths. 𝐷𝐴 𝐷𝐼 thus offers the tantric subtle body as an example of a supreme convention, a body that is always already present and common to us all, yet also purer somehow, energetically more subtle than these gross heaps of flesh that we drag around through our daily existences. But what is a supreme convention, you may ask? Ju Mipam, in his commentary to the Gyusanwe Nyingbo, explains it in these terms. The supreme conventional truth abides as inseparable appearance and emptiness, beyond the individual two truths of conventional and ultimate. In terms of its purity with regard to the bodies and primordial wisdoms of Buddhas, it is superior to the ordinary two truths. In truth, whatever conventional appearances there are at the time of the ground and path and the final ultimate that appears at the time of the final result, are indivisible with respect to the ground, result, and essence. This is the supreme truth, the view of the great Dharmakaya. So according to Mipam then, the supreme conventional transcends the conventional and the ultimate, expressing an indivisible union of the two truths, of ground and result, of the ordinary body and the Buddha body. It offers an inclusive intermediate space, one might say, that is open to ordinary beings of the conventional world, yet partakes of the ultimate. The subtle body and the visions of Dzogchen too are supreme conventions like this. They constitute a kind of non-dual pivot between our ordinary body and the body of a Buddha, a conventional truth that can be reduced to neither. In this sense, 𝐷𝐴 𝐷𝐼 offers an ontology of the body that is inextricable from the immediate approach of Dzogchen, bringing the ultimate truth into the conventional, the body of the Buddha immediately into the ordinary body of a sentient being. Whereas 𝐷𝐴 𝐷𝐼's opponents insist on reducing bodies to one side or the other of this duality, on distinguishing ordinary bodies from Buddha bodies, 𝐷𝐴 𝐷𝐼 prefers to remain open to this paradoxical kind of undecidability of the supreme conventional, open to eyes that are at once ordinary and extraordinary, fleshy and transcendent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's such an interesting, elaborate research that you have done in this very important text, and we should read it. So whatever you have not been able to convey to us, we will read in your research paper. So the next speaker, I would like to invite our next speaker, Asa Harshop, Lama Jigme Jimba. Is it the synonym? And the teacher, author, and neuropathic physician, the Five Wisdom Academy. He's going to share with us about the elemental mindfulness, rediscovering inner wisdom. And he draws examples from different traditions and refers to many wonderful teachers like Dilbo Khyentse Rinpoche, Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, and all the many like Dungse Khyentse Rinpoche, Dungse Tene Norbu, and Thich Nhat Hanh, which we all know around the world, how in 40 years spirit time they have talked elaborately about mindfulness, and in the West especially how they have made a difference. So I'll give the floor to you, and you can elaborate.
Yeah. So esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to squeeze about 40 years of research and practice into 15 minutes, so hold on to your seats. We'll go quickly. So the premise here is simply an evolution of mindfulness. We know that due to timing, karma, many causes and conditions coming together, mindfulness has been very successful in coming to prominence globally. However, this has been a horizontal development. The same core practices have been applied in every conceivable aspect of life, but with no vertical evolution. But if you could integrate the richness of Vajrayana into these contexts, it would be great benefit, wouldn't it? Particularly because this will open the door to the whole realm of modern psychology and add all kinds of precision and depth to what we're trying to do. And so very briefly, mindfulness background here. We know that mindfulness burst on the scene about 1990, but there were many antecedents years before, including Vipassana, Zen Buddhism, and the yoga and chakra revolution were already in full swing. Neuroscience jumped in, but it culminated with Kabat-Zinn in 1990, and this brought it to the attention of both professionals and lay people. And it really, interestingly, only caught the attention of the whole world in about 2014, only 10 years ago, when it became the darling of the global media, mainstream media. And so we have this core suite of practices designed to develop presence and objectivity, self-awareness, control of an emotional activity, and so on. And in this diagram, we see that there's all kinds of applications where these same practices have been applied, everything from leadership to parenting to anxiety and depression to end-of-life care and so on and so forth. But meanwhile, there was another revolution going on since the 60s and 70s with great meditation masters of Vajrayana like the 16th Karmapa, with whom I took refuge, Kalu Rinpoche, under whom I did my retreat, Dilgo Khyentse, Trungpa, and so on. And they came to the West, opened centers, started 3-year retreats, and really captured the minds and hearts of a new generation. However, Vajrayana is highly complex, as we know. It's convoluted and even arcane. And unlike simple presence, it's not for everyone. But there is one core aspect we can integrate and it truly opens the door to deep personal change. And if you walk 1,000 feet in any direction, you'll see 10,000 prayer flags fluttering in the wind, and we understand what this is about. The famous 5 elements. We know that, where are we here? Yeah, somewhere. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, so what are these 5 elements? Very interesting. It's never been properly defined. I call them formative forces. They're energy information matrices. They're patterns of archetypal meaning. They're fundamental building blocks of reality. And they express themselves in many different ways. In the outer world, they're the basis of all structure, form, and function. On a physical level, they're the basis of biological level. On the mind level, they're the substrate of all perceptions, functions, and experience. And there is a hierarchy, of course. It's expressed on multiple levels, including the highest spiritual level. They're each distinct, one from the other, have their own characteristics and qualities, and they also have their own potential, opportunities, and challenges. And they also are in the form of sub-elements, so they nest within each other, creating the multiplicity of things. And finally, we can access them through very specific colors, forms, sounds, mantras, and so on. And so here we have a very brief little overview of the spheres of actions of the elements. So earth is about structure, stability, hierarchy, protection, security, wholeness. Water is cohesion, flexibility, flow, nourishment, and it's the universal solvent. It's all-encompassing. Fire is energy, vitality, directedness, purpose, radiation. Air is mobility, communication, resourcefulness, and adaptation. Space is coordination, integration, harmony, regulation. And placed in their traditional form here of a mandala, we see they're arranged properly. Now, I've taken the liberty of changing the central space circle to a pentagon to reflect its real nature as the center of the mandala. And also we see that, as we said, they do manifest as sub-elements. So we have here 3 layers of elements within elements, and we'll see why this is important in a few minutes. They also are pervasive. So here we have our theoretical stacked up mandalas all the way from the spiritual level down to the atomic level. And they express themselves, of course, differently in these different forms. And very briefly, the background of the elements. This is a pan-global phenomenon. It's not just Tibetan, not just Indian. So we have the Hindu, the Buddhist, the Christian. We have this as the basis of Ayurveda. We have the Greek and Roman traditions of the elements and the temperaments. And this held sway for over 2,000 years. This is the basis of both philosophy and religion in the West. And somehow, of course, we know that the 5 elements shrunk down to the 4 elements. And the loss of the 5th element is a whole other topic we won't get into right now. And here are just some of the ancient texts which, where the 5 elements are first mentioned. We have in the Vedas, the Pali Canon. Very interesting that this is a misspelling. This is the Kolo-Tara Tantra, is the very first place where there were diagrams and illustrations of both the elements and the forms of the chakras, which we use today. And here, if we had time, we'd go through this fantastic diagram of this tangled history of the elements and how this information has flowed down, not only from India, but from Chaldea or Babylon, Persia, Egypt, down to the east and down to the west, and come down to us in its current form. And for me, the project has been over the decades of gathering together the scattered pieces over time and culture to, again, create a cohesive whole of what these elements are really about. And here are just some of the sources that have been very near and dear to me because they do talk about the healing power of the elements and give us a lot of resources. The Shangpa lineage, Tongten Gyalpo, of course, and 𝐷𝐴𝐻. And as was mentioned, some modern masters who introduced this to the West, such as Tinley Norbu, Tenzin Wangyal, the Bunpo, and the Westerner 𝐷𝐸𝐴 Chogyam. And so in terms of modern integration, I'm losing my place over here, going too fast. There we go. In terms of modern integration, the 5 elements truly open the door to the landscape of the mind. So here we have, again, a brief overview of these elements now applied to psychology. Earth now becomes the ruler. That's about enrichment, stability, dominion, organization, being grounded. Water becomes the lover, connection, compassion, nurturance, sensitivity. Fire becomes warrior, focus, willpower, purpose, responsibility, justice. Air becomes creator, creativity, resourcefulness, communication, discovery, freedom. Space becomes guru, inner wisdom, balance, mentorship, impartiality, non-judgmental approach. And so here's some of the resources we can draw on, as we said, Vajrayana, Hindu Tantra, Western mysticism, and the whole arena of temperament. And so this shows that we can draw on all of these different realms of psychology. There's elements of our elemental knowledge here within humanistic psychology, existential, etc., Buddhist, of course, family therapy, Jungian, naturally. And this is just some of the characters who are involved with the 4 temperament system. And we don't have to go through these, but I actually have about 5 pages of these kind of charts going from the 1880s on down, showing the author and the different way they expressed earth, water, fire, air. Most of them, these are 4-part systems, again, because the loss of the 5th element in the West, which was tragic. And here, placing our psychological elements within the mandala, we have them arranged properly: ruler, lover, creator, guru, warrior. And here we have a dual mandala. We have both the elemental, you could say the cosmic, elemental, biological elements, and then we have the psychological elements. And here, of course, we're using the Platonic solids, which I do use in meditations. And if we expanded that out, as we said, in terms of sub-elements, now, for example, for air, you might have the air of air, the fire of air, the earth of air, the water of air. And when you do that, you get a very nice 25 different qualities and characteristics that you could describe as our nature, the positive qualities that make up our true nature. But of course, we don't necessarily live in our true nature all the time, do we? Within our basic sanity, our basic goodness. When we become disconnected from this, in any of the 5 ways, we get what I call loss. And this state of deficiency is too painful, we may go into a state of compensation, a false kind of power. The dark side, the pretense of power, which is shadow. So therefore, we have 3 different mandalas here of power, loss, and shadow. For example, the warrior who, because of trauma and because of conditioning and so on, feels like a weakling, if that's too painful, they may become the I call it the killer here, but let's say they become the bully. The guru who feels they don't know anything, I just can't know and don't know, they may stay in that state, or they may decide to fake it, become the charlatan. The ruler could become the dictator. The lover, going into their forlorn state of loss, being the orphan, being rejected, they may become the manipulator. So if we expand on those, we have these 25 forms of loss, 25 characteristics of loss corresponding to the power. And equally, we can have 25 different forms of shadow. If we put this all together, we have 75 different possible modes. And believe me, this covers just about the entirety of what humans can experience outside of severe pathology or spirituality. And actually, if you want to test this out, you can watch movies and you'll see all those. This is the best way to train yourself in understanding psychology in general, and certainly the 5 elemental psychology, because in the movies things are portrayed so clearly and so vividly, and you can actually name and coordinate each one of these qualities and characteristics to the characters as they're portraying them. So because we have 5 elements with 3 different flavors, we have 15 human drives in total. We have 75 modes of human existence, and believe it or not, if you connect all the dots of these relationships, you have only 225 possible human relationships, and that sums it up. Each has their own name and has their own capacity, and one day maybe we'll have enough of a language that we'll be able to have a psychology where we can name what is happening, what is that interaction that I'm undergoing right now. And so what are we going to do with all this material? It's great knowledge, but how do we apply it? Well, fortunately, the great masters of meditation have left us the gift of different ways to access these elements. So we have shape, color, sound, mantra, mudra, emotions, affirmations, and meanings that we can use. And for to make this accessible, for decades I've prescribed these kinds of meditations to my patients as well as students. Whoops, went too far. In the form of these little cards or PDFs that I give to them so that they can use these. We have actually 8 different types of meditations for each element, which makes for 40 different possible meditations, integrating color, sound, and so on, such as this, which is a light infusion, elemental detox, sound infusion, and so on. And I made this into a little deck of cards so that people can use them and diagnose themselves or be diagnosed and work with these elements, learn to directly access and experience the elements. Perfect. So how do we apply this? Now we're first full circle, we come back to our application. Right? Remember, there were these 16 different ways that mindfulness is used. But if we integrated the 5 elements, for example, we see that in each of those domains, you could use all of the 5 elements, but then there's some specific, of course, predilections. For example, conflict resolution, we have fire and water, which could be male and female as well. Male and female within you, not gender. So each of us has to balance the fire and the water. In parenting and family, we might rely on the structure of earth element, as well as the nourishment of water element, and so on. And so the benefits here are obvious. We can understand and address the underlying psychology of ourselves and others, self-knowledge. We have so many different solutions and ways to correct all these different aberrations that happen to us. We can connect to archetypal meanings. It also addresses bioenergetic issues because the basis of psychology is the energetics within the body, not just thoughts and cognition and emotion. And we connect to fundamental spiritual forces. So we have these truly unique and powerful methods, not really accessible any other way. So, in conclusion, may you all come to access, understand, purify, and fully empower yourself with ruler, lover, warrior, creator, and guru. Ring the bell. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's amazing studies you have, comparative studies you have done in depth. It's really amazing. Thank you so much. And I invite our next presenter, Trini Brown. She's an anthropologist, and she did a study on, it's a matter of history, meditation on ethnography and Buddhism. And she talks about how ethnography could learn from Buddhism, and also done an extensive studies on our archives at National Library. I'm not doing a justice in reading and explaining everything, but you will do that. I give you more time, so that's better. Yeah, thank you.
Kuzu Zangpala, chúng ta sống đã theo dục sĩ chủ 대화 니루 ngalo có cả 남elu cái đến chế shuni là So I'm a cultural anthropologist, and I specialize in material culture. Dr. Dalton recently mentioned materiality, so I'm really curious how you guys are going to evaluate my true and false, truths, right, in this plane. So I visited Bhutan in 2018 and again in 2022, and I came to consider how Bhutanese library and museum perspectives, particularly informed by Buddhism, are innovating in conservation practices with the embrace of living heritage in Bhutan. Things don't have to be old to be heritage here. So here's a really quick example. I met Karma and his son 𝐂𝐸𝐴 at Cherry at the construction site. And Karma is father and son. Karma is a dozo traditional stonemason, and 𝐂𝐸𝐴 is a conservation construction expert who is trained in Japan. And for this project, they both contributed their expertise towards building an assembly hall for the 17th century monastery established by the Zhabdrung Nabang Namgyal himself. Across Bhutan, projects such as these highlight how the past lives in the present, which makes talking about new and old things complicated in a way that's really important for museums. So the question I pursue today is what a mindful approach to history might look like, how we live with and build knowledge with history that is beyond our direct experience. Fortunately for time, I'll skip this Khenpo-la's lesson, but ask me about it later. And so I'm interested in how we might tackle questions about such unruly objects as culture, time, and history, each intangible and impermanent objects that nevertheless are external, shared, and they shape our relationship between each other and also to Buddhism. And so over the past 3 days, we've heard about modes of engaging presence with curiosity, and I'm inspired to reflect on how we know about the past. What practices and engagements allow us to fill our experience and enrich our lives with understandings of history? And so the archivists at the National Library and Archives of Bhutan, who were actively producing a bureaucratic archive of the modern nation, and at the same time, their site documentation and literary tasks often draw on religious texts and histories testifying to a Buddhist ability to transcend and overcome time. And for them, switching between these archival epistemologies and religious ontologies, they enjoy the conundrums of a doubled expertise and relish the lessons of an irreducible past. And so I put these practices sorting through the contemporary history together to draw out how mindfulness might allow for a multiplicity of knowledge and presence of the past. So part one. The first unruly object here is culture. And if you thought that anthropologists just documented particular rituals or dances, I'll forgive you. And documentation is really important. Description enables institutions and participants to recognize the value in particular practices and set up support for their practice, track shifts in rituals, make participants really feel the value of what they're doing. But for understanding culture, a descriptive typology is really reductive. It cannot convey what makes a ritual important to people, what allows for some rituals to endure and for others to constantly shift or even disappear. And so while any one dance might be deemed cultural, no one dance could contain all of culture. Instead, description became a means to begin an exploration of something more compelling, the relationships that inform these practices. So ethnography, the practice of writing culture, to explore anthropological questions, took up more mundane subjects, the practices that fill our days with action, work, the relationships that connect people to support, kin, and the tools that enable people to overcome challenges, whether that's religion, education, or politics. And we invest in participant observation, spending time with people and sustaining a dialogue with them. It means attending not only to spectacular events, but all the little moments before and after, the waiting and the lull. It gives us a way to think about how meaning is produced in dialogue with context, between structure and space, presence and absence, repetition and innovation. And so by the 1970s, Clifford Geertz offered his take on culture. He said, "Man is an animal suspended in webs of significance he himself has spun. I take culture to be those webs." Now, there are plenty of definitions of culture I like and use, but this one's particularly helpful here because it has this really visual metaphor about culture, right? It conveys culture as something external, but often invisible. And it might even seem intangible, but like a web, it can either connect us to each other or really constrain what we're able to do and say. Most importantly for me, working in a Buddhist context, it models how culture works. It is in constant production, received and reproduced in between people and almost in karmic ensnarement. And so our questions became more reflective. How people themselves learn to inhabit their bodies, techniques and technologies of moving through space, learning to walk politely, to speak formally, and to recognize people's obligations. How humans relate to the world around them through mutual relationships of dependency. Fundamentally, anthropology became really interested in change. And so part 2 then is, if anthropologists take change to be central to the study of culture, well, the thing about change is that it has to unfold over time. And so here we encounter another rather unruly object in time and its effects. So something that anthropology, Buddhism, and museum conservation sciences all have in common is that they see time as a degenerative force. In many cases, it is the obstacle to culture enduring across generations, to practitioners cleansing their karma, to teachings conveying the authentic dharma and practices, or to conveying relics to the next generation. And so here I offer a single example. The archivist and I were going through some ephemera from a fairly recent archive. And across the table, there are training programs, government pamphlets, and even international conference proceedings. And the archivist pointed out this one to me. He said, see this? This is important to our future. He pointed out the title, Investiture Ceremony of His Royal Highness the 𝐁𝐡𝐮. The document on the table before us was a witness to that event, as well as a description capable of testifying about a valued moment that could contribute to future research on the young king. The archivist was anticipating its ability to evidence that history, what Ann Stoler has called epistemic habits, of making things into resources. However, the strain of evidencing that particular moment rests on its material form. And as I looked, and perhaps you can see here, one of these is in rather good condition, but the other one has water damage. There's mold creeping around the sides of it. The document from that historic moment was not as enduring as the significance of that moment. Without conservation intervention, there was little time in which this particular document could evidence history. Understanding the ways in which time was a pressure for conservation and transmission is key to my exploration of the production of historical resources. And so Milarepa, of course, the 11th century adept, phrases this really poignantly. Upon his return to his hometown, he gazes at the devastation that he finds. Not only has his mother passed away, but the town is destroyed, that his house has fallen, and so have the town people's morals. And he's inspired to sing a song of realization. And I regret that for time I will have to summarize, but Milarepa reflects that even the supports for the Dharma are withering. They feel the touch of impermanence. The priest is reduced to servitude. The prayers are feeding insects. These are really jarring and disturbing images. And such images sometimes drive the foreboding first stances of Buddhist texts. Time is a degenerative force. For Milarepa, the cotton-clad adept, this is a call to renunciation, and it is a reminder that only practice will free us from cyclical existence. Practitioners, whether Buddhists or conservators or Buddhists, take up tools to handle the relentless force of time. Both archive and religious histories institutionalize knowledge about the past as a resource, yet they draw on dramatically different textures of time. The ways of knowing history are not the same. Bhutanese oral and textual narratives of sites reference the treasure revealers who pull out relics from the earth and transcend the decay of time with a direct experiential transmission. Whereas oppositely, archaeologists attune themselves to the traces of time as they excavate antiquities of the unknown past. Between these two paths, the tools are not precisely the same. And the work of the National Library and Archives of Bhutan straddled between these two perspectives. The library preserved a largely Buddhist historical literature, while the archives built repositories of civic history in the modern nation. Both tasks involved imagining the past as a resource that framed the task and timely work that must overcome the degenerative force of time and meet the needs of the present. And so, as an example, for an archaeologist I knew, the way these resources circulate, I'll skip a little bit, sorry. We can also look in terms of material goods that are able to sort of carry the meaning across time against this relentless force of time is something really inalienable, like the enduring power of the raven crown, right? Which connects the king not only to former kings and also the raven-head Mahakala, the protector deity, right? And across the history of the modern nation, this powerful object has very rarely circulated and really anchored that sense of power and potency and connection to time. Unlike the pamphlet, right, which is constantly circulating. And yet these small and impermanent objects also allow us to overcome losses, right? If we think about Lada raised or Marme lit for loved ones, they help us personally overcome that. And even this pamphlet that's deteriorating, it can spark a memory. It can bring us a connection to that kind of history. And so we have these two different textures, sort of something very enduring versus something that turns over very quickly. And so for part 3, so they give us practices that enact our relationships to fulfill obligations and allow us to take on new roles. And finally, part 3, history. So the question is how culture is received and reproduced over time brings me to my last unruly object of history. How is it that we come to know things about something that we have not experienced? How do we receive and revisit such knowledge? And I admit this seems like a naive question considering how much very methodologically well-done history we've heard today, right? But my question here is really thinking about the different textures of history in Bhutan, where oral history is such a compelling tradition and where Buddhist history empowers the landscapes and provides blessings across time. How do I, as an anthropologist, manage the multiplicity of histories here? That emphasis on daily practice is what I hope might bring a mindful perspective to history. And so I reference some post-colonial scholars, such as Dipesh Chakrabarty noted, like of provincializing Europe, thinking that we shouldn't necessarily privilege academic perspectives on history. How can we bring local perspectives? And in Bhutan, there is not a history of European colonialism. And so when I spoke to people about history, there wasn't the same kind of hierarchy in how they described these kinds of evidence, these kinds of resources. And so one example was my friend who had previously been involved in an archaeological expedition in Bumthang. And when I read the expedition report from a Swiss archaeologist, they really downplayed the local folklore, all of the religious histories about this site. It didn't really mesh with their archaeological knowledge. But for my friend who had been involved in the site, that was a really meaningful part. And he actually enjoyed the ways in which the religious history and the archaeological history could inform them. And even when they were in tension, it was fun to think through. It was an interesting practice for him to engage with these different textures of histories as itself a resource for understanding his nation. Yes, and so I bring another example from Korje. I think I don't have too much time to go into it, but a place like this, where Guru Rinpoche first brought the Dharma to Bhutan, is really sedimented in different narratives of history, right? You have these Terma narratives from Momokil and Ugyen Zangpo that are giving rich accounts of what happened here. And you also have these oral traditions that elaborate on this as well. And when you visit this site, you're also very physically presented with that history. You see the impression of the Rakto Korje, and you can see the presence and the absence of the guru. You can feel his transcendent blessings radiating through time. All of these are sort of different modes of evidencing that past. And so I was thinking about the example of the 𝐶𝐿 𝐿, the iron castle without doors, that really people enjoy talking, or they enjoyed talking to me about 𝐶𝐿 𝐿 and this spectacular iron castle with jewels, but there's no archaeological evidence for it. And for my friends, it was enjoyable that even this, an iron castle, is a lesson in impermanence, that we do not have that. And I also draw on the work of public scholar Lopen Karmapunso, who thinks through this example, thinking through the ways in which an understanding of Bumthapka, the dialect, can inform this, thinking through how in Bumthapka, 𝐶𝐿 𝐿 just means Indian king's house, right? And so the ways in which all of these textures sort of slip inside. Am I out of time? And so the ways, for the 40 seconds left. Sorry, I've quite lost track. Okay. Sorry, La. And so for me, visiting historical and sacred sites, the ways in which people play with these kinds of histories, these experiences, in games particularly, really enlivens their practice and their experience of such profound histories. And I was also thinking with last year, filmmaker and scholar 𝐁𝐡𝐻𝐿 𝐿𝐿 introduced the idea of the chronotope in Bhutan, and thinking of ways in which people really make time present, give flesh to a sense of time in an example of a museum exhibition up in Cheongsa. But I just wanted to close on that note. So thank you, La.
Thank you so much. It's really passionate. You're such a passionate anthropologist. I always wanted to become an anthropologist, but I never managed to do that. Thank you. Really enjoyed your presentation. So our next presenter is 𝐁𝐡𝐿𝐿 𝐁𝐡𝐮. He's a PhD student at the University of Virginia, and he will share with us his research on Thirten Ratna Lingpa's contemplative vision in the seminal heart of the luminous expanse. So I'll let you share with us what you have. So.
Tashdele and Kususambo. Today, my talk is Ratna Lingpa's contemplative visions, the seminal heart of luminous expanse. Ratna Lingpa is one of the most influential scholar and treasure revealer in the history of Nyingma tradition, and he played crucial role in the tradition's early creations of spiritual canon and compiled Nyingma Jumpum, the most significant canon, and literally collected Tantra of Asian. What makes him particularly fascinating in that addition to being a treasure revealer, he was also influential scholar. His written history of Tibetan Buddhism drove into complexity of treasure teachings, offering invaluable insight and theorizations about its defining and complex characteristics. He was also accomplished practitioner and treasure teachings, produced 25 separate revolution of treasure revolution topics. It is traditionally believed that his revolutions of treasure teaching was too extensive. That's why they embodied the revolution of 3 life of works in single life in the 15th century. For this reason, he has 2 other treasure linked names, namely Shekpo Lingpa and Dundu Lingpa. And one of the most central concern was essentially reimaging and transforming the seminal heart of Dakini, Kantu Nyingdik, into new tradition, seminal heart of luminous expanse, Longsa Nyingtik, based upon his newly revealed version of Tantra of blessing expanse luminosity, Longsa Baminju. This Tantra holds significant place within the Nyingma's great profession, as it is the single most important scripture based on the seminal heart of Dakini's tradition. For approximately 2 centuries, began in early year of 14th century, whereas Russian of Tantra of blessing expanse luminosity emerges. This Tantra is a foundational for circle, tracing its origins to the late 13th or early 14th century. Evolving from there, in the seminar heart teaching, it is primarily scripture source alongside with the 17 Tantra, which date back to 11th century. This paper focused on 𝐼𝐴𝐼𝐿𝐼ngpa's contemplative curriculum based on his revealed version of Tantra Blazing Expanse Luminosity. I've used historical analysis and close textual examination to explore his unique characteristic and focus on 𝐼𝐴𝐼ngpa's interpretations of the preliminary practice of cutting through, which is texture. Reveal significance different in the arrangement, descriptions, and method of practice within the seminar heart of Dakinis tradition. I will also explore why 𝐼𝐴𝐼ngpa revealed his vision of seminar heart after Longchenpa's work. Focus on his contributions, method, and their influence on understanding and preliminary practice for cutting through texture in the context of seminar heart of Dakinis tradition. Seminar heart Dakini tradition, in terms of history, from the 12th to 14th century, the evolution of Dzogchen, seminar heart, Nyingtik in Tibet was indirectly linked to the Bimala Metta, Nyingtik tradition. In 14th century, pivotal figures such Pema Lentetsao, Gyase Lekten, Meben Rinchen Lingpa, That Kama Ba Rangchung Dorche, Longchen Ramcham, Rinzin Goetem, and Shira member. Actually, Tetin Shira member and Longchenpa visit Bhutan in 14th century. And Dorche Lingpa and 𝐼𝐴𝐼ngpa played crucial roles in reviving and extending new tradition, namely the seminar heart of Dakini, which was scripturally based on Tantra Blazing Expanse Luminosity. This tradition closely linked to the 8th century Tantric master, Pema Sambhawa, known as Guru Rinpoche, from medieval India, central figure connected with the real treasure Dharma tradition within the Nyingma school. From this prominent figure, 𝐼𝐴𝐼ngpa revealed his own version of root scripture, provided comprehensive commentary, expand on successive flourishing seminar heart of Dakini teaching. 𝐼𝐴𝐼ngpa's revelations took different form as seminar heart of expanse luminosity, which include many other texts. Contemplative practice in 13th chapter version of Tantra Blazing Expanse Luminosity, perhaps the earliest version of Tantra Blazing Luminosity, contains 113 chapter. It is frequently cited in Longchenpa's writing. This Tantra presents foundational practice such as mind training, lojong, and preliminary practice, ngondro, involving body, speech, and mind. It's elaborate on this practice in non-nonsense way, making implement challenging without guidance. This Tantra present preliminary and actual practice of cutting through texture. Across the many chapter 63 to 19 discuss the preliminary practice for cutting through. After that, chapter 19 presents the actual practice of cutting through, along with the 6 core introduction, which including awakening as Buddhahood through meditation, so on and so forth. And Longchenpa's interpretation, Longchenpa's interpretation in 14th century, one of the Longchenpa's most influential commentary, A Cloud of the Ocean, profound meaning found in the quintessence of Dakinis, Sabdun Jamsutik, offer extensive explanation of introduction on common preliminary dharma and which completely contemplate impermanent, compassion, and bodhicitta, uncommon preliminary practice, including outer and inner and secret body, mind, speech. Finally, this section outlines how to apply cutting through practice. In this commentary, Longchenpa quote along 90% with 113 chapter version of Tantra blessing expense of luminosity. Within the 10% differing indicated possible version of Tantra blessing luminosity, which 10% indicated possible alternative version of or development time. According to Longchenpa, the three preliminary practices, including investigating conceptual thoughts, realizing mental fault, and examining the mind and occurrence and duration and cessations, this practice prepare for actual practice for cutting through picture. Contemplative practice in Seminar Heart of Dragonite teaching. In Seminar Heart of Dragonite collection, few texts discuss contemplative practice of cutting through picture. Within this collection, the practice of cutting through picture is outlined in text titled An Introduction to Cutting Through the Vast Openness of Space Expanse. These texts present 9 progressive stages for engaging in actual practice of cutting through. Another significant text in Seminar Heart of Dragonite's collection, which discuss preliminary practice of picture entitled Guide to the Great Profession, the Seminar Heart of Dragonite, illuminating the profound path. Dzogpa Chimbo Kandu Nyingtiki Ti Sablam Sache. This manual covers methods to distinguish samsara from nirvana, and these 3 doors, preliminary and technique for readiness in deeper practice. This text is comprehensive and detailed, similar to Longchenpa's work in his commentary, Sabdun Jamzuti. However, it appears that this introductional menu was included in collection of Seminar Heart of Dragonite's teaching at much later date. The author of this text likely Miling teaching Gyurmi Doche from 17th century, as coliform states. It was composed by Gyurmi Doche at Ujie Mendoling, Kenesar. Contemplative curriculum based on Rana Lingba's unique tradition. From Rana Lingba's remarkable collections of 25 diverse revelation covering topics such as peaceful, wrathful, Buddha and Mahamudra and the great profession, Dzogchen. Perhaps the most extraordinary revelation of treasure was Seminar Heart of Luminex Spence teaching, one of the principal teachings of Rana Lingba's lifetime. Rana Lingba categories 3 circles of Tantra blessing luminosity version, which were classified within his framework. Rana Lingba's own version, this Tantra, represents the quintessence of life force. Rana Lingba focused on preliminary practice, actual practice of cutting through picture in only 2 chapters. This 14th chapter present exercise of mantra Om Ahum and how to become skillful in it. And the 15th chapter focused on preliminary practice, actual practice for cutting through picture. Rana Lingba describes some of the earlier preliminary practice for cutting through picture as actual practice of cutting through, rather than being as preliminary meditation. For example, include the practice of bring mind, speech, and to natural state, which is not Baba, as well as perspective of Shavagaya towards to the peace and perspective of wrathful. In addition to preliminary practice involving in investigation conceptual thoughts, searching for mind fault, automatically examination of minds arising, duration, and cessations. They are the regard as actual practice for cutting through appears in Rana Lingba's version of Tantra of Blessing Expense Luminosity. I'm quoting, it says that Aho, listening to the gathering of Sampala circle within the perspective of Shabakaya, perfectly settled body, speech, mind, this is the actual base of teaching. Other figures, like including Ari Longchenpa and later Jumi Dochi, views this practice as preliminary practice for cutting through. When it comes to the present, the contemplative practice of cutting through, Rana Lingba is concise in wording, rich in meaning, easy to understand, and straightforward to practice compared to other presentations. Rana Lingba's overall the preliminary practice in chapter 14 summarizes key aspects of cover in multiple chapters of 100 version of Tantra Blessing Expense Luminosities. Before Rana Lingba, Longchenpa wrote numerous commentary on seminar heart teaching. Rana Lingba's contributions transformed the seminar heart tradition by adding his revealed Tantra Blessing Expense Luminosity, other related texts. In conclusion, one notable contrast between Longchenpa and Rana Lingba is their approaches. Longchenpa's methodology in his great profession writing is characterized by strong philosophical focus, sophistications, whereas Rana Lingba's approach leans more towards to meditation, ritualistic practice, and this distinctions highlighted Longchenpa's ongoing significance in Nyingma school of Tibetan Buddhism, which has been maintained since 18th century and coinciding with the rise of monastic education in traditions. Rana Lingba's revealed version of Tantra Blessing Luminosity and is associated contemplative curriculum not only re-interpreting the structure of cutting through teacher practice, but also reshape the doctrinal practice of seminar heart of Dakini's traditions. His combination of treasure, revelation, commentary, and brief meditative guidance makes pivotal movement in the development of great profession of seminar heart of the Dakini in 15th century Tibet. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Guru Rinpoche for your in-depth studies about comparative studies on Theten Ratna Lingpa and Longchenpa. We deeply enjoyed, and our next presenter will present to us, I think this is very close to my heart, I think it's Linggesar Gepo's story, and he's going to present to us. He makes comparison with, in today's world, I mean those days in the 18th century Linggesar Gepo's story is related like Ramayana and Mahabharata today, something similar, and then talks about it's a very, so many volumes of studies. Linggesar Gepo's story, I'm sure many people have read, and it's nowadays what he has mentioned is that nowadays there are so many lengthy literatures in the world, about 5 of them, but the one that is, this is about the, please, you can come, but about the Linggesar Gepo's one is the biggest of all. And so now, even though this kind of literature is available in the world, but yet the people who follow and follow this kind of text today, in today's age, is he describes it as very rare, like a star in the daylight. So thank you so much.
la 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 mu la la do re ya ya ta la mu le le lo re chao la ma yi dam ko cho zum ya men der jiu jian de yu ya ya yu ne chen je lab de so san de sang o ma shi na ya sa ji bu min yong du yu do re ya ya pongan da ngango ma shi na ang ming pu na kun cha par zang ser ya. With this, especially to Dr. 𝐿 Venerable Rinpoche and Sangha community and scholars and everyone. So my topic here is Lingdung Dengwembe Kesardan Dreve Gomdrup Kola Jepa Tomar Jepa, an initial analysis of meditation practice in the epic of King Kesar of Ling. Basically, my paper is in Tibetan, but then for the audience, I will try to speak in English as well. Well, first of all, we all know that the Ling was formed during the 10th and 11th century in the eastern plateau of Tibet, and the king of Ling is known as Ling Kesar Jerpo. He was born in 1038 EC and become the king through winning the horse race. And basically, he has a mission to become a king, and his missions are to defend and revive and spread and promote Buddhism, especially Vajrayana Buddhism, and subdue the demonic forces or evil forces during that period. Pokena toksam chibena Ling Kesar Jerpo durap chuwada chuchi ni chungbatang ani kongri ta chidang ngoni sangji semba yene yang ani samji siba zone ani jikti meyo de chone tene kap di tyodang kap tela tene 초신 참제니 드릭 망보 종네 되네 담배추 냠차 동위 되지 임부갑라 되네 공기 담배추 송접 지야당 당난 신기 담배추 아니 살수 지야게 체도 아니 페바지 렌도. And Epic of Kesar is actually nowadays longest epic in the world, and it has more than, as Dr. Samula said, it has huge volume. There are over 300 volumes containing 130 million characters or words, which is larger than all the 5 major epics in the world. And nowadays, there are so many birds or storytellers of Ling Kesar, and this includes, there are so many birds actually, known as Tadungpa, Babdung, Tudung, Judung, and Tangdung extra. Now, the Epic of 𝐭 covers a lot of subjects, including history, then what we call stories, and it contains subjects like culture, magdum, which means like which is related to warfare, and then it also contains subjects like Tim, which is related to the law and politics, economics, and also related to the welfare of humanity, social service, etc. But within this vast subject, in the 𝐿𝐸 studies, meditation was not studied so far. So my exploration or study is based on meditation practice within epic of 𝐿𝐸. So to just overview meditation practice within 𝐿𝐸 story or epic of 𝐿𝐸, as we know, in Buddhism we have two different types of meditation. One is meditation based related to Theravada and Mahayana, which are like sutra-based meditation, including shamatha and vipassana, and then meditation related to Vajrayana, such as 𝐿𝐸𝐿, 𝐿𝐸𝐿. 𝐿𝐸𝐿 means generation stage and completion stage. So based within 𝐿𝐸's epic, these are vastly explained. Practices in these subjects are vastly explained, and also not only Buddhist meditation, in the epic of 𝐿𝐸, there are a lot of things about Pun meditation as well. For example, in the epic of 𝐿𝐸, especially in the Tungli Metorawa, there are some great Bon practitioners like Amni Gompa Ranza, and also Shingna member, whose real name is Druptup Sewan Rinzin. Then we have Aku Totung Jerpo. These are highly realized practitioners, and with these practitioners, 𝐿𝐸 and there are other realized practitioners. They have a lot of interaction and then debate, and then also how to say competition within these practitioners, and then okay. Then within the epic of 𝐿𝐸, there are some hidden style meditation which are based on Vajrayana meditations, because within 𝐿𝐸's epic, there are great warriors who are actually the emanations of great Mahasiddhas, and these warriors are actually Vajra warriors who really came to protect Buddhism and also spread Buddhism in Tibet. So these practitioners actually practice in a very secret or in a hidden style way. There are some reasons, because, for example, warriors like Ndrugabdi Chuchung Perna, then Thajan Dema Chanta, and then Palam Michang Karpo. These are warriors who are actually highly trained with skills or techniques of Vajra meditation. And however, we don't know that they have meditated or not, but externally they just train ordinary skills, but in the internally they were being very mindful, and they just train their skills with the intention of protecting the sentient beings, and then protecting the Buddhism, and also they have their own masters in a secret way, and also they have their own meditation places. So they try to, these warriors actually, they integrate meditation with martial arts or skills, and then actually they have really contributed to the protecting of Buddhism in Tibet during that time and space. And then, for example, if I give you some examples, then there are some realized warriors, Vajra warriors, and they have been given sort of title or status such as Patur, Yantur, Shetur. Patur Punu Sumchu, Yantur Tampe Medu, Shetur Thala Changsum. So these are actually just not an ordinary sort of title, but these are acquired with a lot of skills and lots of effort based on training of mind through meditation. Then the reason behind this is that during that time it was collapse of Tibetan emperor, the Dharma emperors, and during that time the laws of the state, religion, and then common law are broken and collapsed, and then there are so many fragmentations and a lot of rivalries. During that time, lot of killings of highly realized lamas or Truptos and Bodhisattvas. So because of that, they actually trained themselves to protect these highly realized masters and then Buddhism. And then, okay, then for example, 𝐿 also have meditated both Dzogchen as well as Chagchen, and then he just complete his life with practice of meditation, even though he was already enlightened before, and he has a lot of meditation places, and then in the conclusion, I think, this is very important for me. And during 𝐿, then there are a lot of songs, Dorji Lu, Vajra songs, which are actually based on meditation or mindfulness. And they, warriors sing these songs just to, know whether the enemies are are follower of the Dharma or not. So based on that, they, they inquire each other. And then we have also, there are some meditations based on vision, pure vision, and also sleep meditation. Last time I just talked with Dorpo Rinpoche, and he said that there's a lot of things about sleep meditation in 𝐿 epic. And then it's very important for me. Here, you can see who is this figure. And not only the warriors or 𝐿, then there are so many female practitioners in epic, and these female practitioners are highly realized, and they have their own meditation places, and they have their own yidam, and they have realized their mind, and then in the end of their life, these female practitioners actually died without leaving any sort of body part except these nails and hair, something like that. So, because my time is finished.
He can take one more minute because the other presenter is not there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sit here.
For example, we have Atalumu, who is a warrior as well as a leader, and then like queen, sort of not only queen, just she is embodiment of both king or queen of her own empire, and then she fought with a lot of evil forces without any fear, and without any fear of going to the hell, and then she even went to hell and then talked with the king of the hell realm, and then she has contributed tremendous to the protecting of Buddhism. And then we have Gachalo Sinjam Dumo. She was the emanation of White Tara, and she has actually in the epic of Kesar, more than Ling Kesar, she has a lot of, she is sort of main figure in the epic of Kesar, main character. And then we have Nichung Lugutharya. She is emanation of Green Tara, and she is not only just a practitioner, but she is advisor to the King Kesar and then Kingdom of Ling. And then Tunying Garza Chidun, she was highly realized, and she has contributed so much to King Kesar Jerpo and the 80 warriors of Ling Kingdom to promote Buddhism and protect and revive Buddhism, because during that time, it was very unimaginable time because the Dharma kings were collapsed and gone, and then during that time, the Tibetan plateau was like experiencing the darkest age during that time, and then there were a lot of fighting within the leaders.
Okay.
So these practitioners who contributed so much, and all these are based on meditation.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I gave him an extra minute because he was talking about women power.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, why don't you? Sing the Lingesargi Liuchi. No, Lingesargi. You can go into trance actually when Lingesargi song is sung.
Okay.
You want to help me? To sing.
Maybe I will use the laptop. Is okay? Okay. This one. This is very important, and it's related to meditation. La 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 mo la la dori ya kore ye thala mo le ye len lori phonga nga ngo ma shi to na ya. Oh, sorry, I will try to sing again. La 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 mo la la dori ya kore yo thala mo le ye len lori chau la ma ye dam kun cho som ya mandar che jen do yo ya wo ye yo ne re chin je la de sor Sanga la mi ju long do ne ya xin ju le chang be da wo do de ya wo ye da wer ne pen tu din na wo ye ma de che pa che ju ze ya sanga le tam si nyam ju zi ya. Okay, this is better. I'm a little bit nervous, so I'm very sorry, and thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation and also for your song. so our last presenter is not here, and she didn't come. Yes. So if there is any question, you can have. There is 3 questions only. You have time for 3 questions. Yeah.
Mabuhay, I'm from the Philippines. My question is directed to Ms. Brown, the archaeologist. I think of the Philippines, the introduction of Christianity, that there was life before that. No? Does your work in archaeology give insights to the life in Bhutan before the introduction of Buddhism? Maybe meditation practices before the introduction of Buddhism in Bhutan? Thank you.
Thank you, La. This is, I believe, an ongoing area of research, particularly as the Department of Culture and 𝐶𝐿CA Development expands these kinds of projects looking into the past. I'm in a bit of a funny place where I am looking at the contemporary culture of how we're talking about the past, how we make meaning about the past in the present and form new relationships to it. In terms of once we have the archaeological digs, how do we show that to people? How do we bring that to a museum exhibition that's not just things with a label with a date on it that people can't engage with, but allows for those histories to come alive and build new relationships in the present. But the Department of Culture and 𝐶𝐿CA Development does have some wonderful reports about all of the work that they've done with archaeologists at these historic and sacred sites that are all available online. So.
My question goes to Tugulala, and I just curious to know that you are in presentations in Ratnalingpas. So in the Sikkim history, there's the 4 patron sons of Sikkim who are quoted by the Ratnalingpa. So have you seen any quoted notes on the works of Ratnalingpas? So it's a common question for you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat again? I'm not really clear what you said.
In Sikkim history, there's the 4 patron saints of Sikkim.
Sikkim said the 4...
In Sikkim history. In Sikkim
history, okay.
History, there is the 4 patron saints of Sikkim included. And that are quotation by the Ratnalingpas. So have you seen any works of Ratnalingpas in Sikkim's, regarding the Sikkim's history?
Yes, Ratnalingpa has 2 really extensive one of his own biography, and one is his disciple wrote it. And I'm not exactly remember the word, but there I'm sure some word that related with Sikkim, Demijong, and there's so many. Ranalingba, he was traveled to many different places, and when he do some rituals and practice, he does sing some realization songs, and there are some of them definitely related with Sikkim. But I'm not exactly sure which word, I don't remember. But if you need, maybe you can search Ranalingba, his own biography, which is a very long one, which is a very wonderful one. Yeah, thank you.
My question goes to the person who talked about the 4 wisdoms. I apologize, I do not have very good naming memory. You talked about the 3 stages: wisdom, loss, and shadow. However, can't a person also have multiple of each stages inside of one stage? Would you say there are in-between stages between these? Would you say there are in-between stages between loss and shadow, or wisdom and loss? Or are people boxed into one of the three specific stages? If you do not understand my question, I can reiterate.
Who are you directing your question to?
The person who talked about the 4 wisdoms, I do not have very good memory, naming memory.
She had a question also.
Yes. And
Well, we're constantly cycling between power, loss, and shadow every day, every moment. There are longer patterns that might exist for an entire lifetime. These deep karmic patterns, etc., habitual patterns, and others, it's day-to-day, minute-to-minute. We may go into loss. I may come up here and decide, well, I don't think I'm able to lecture very well, and so my warrior went downhill, went into a state of loss. And then someone might interrupt me, and I'll go, well, why are they interrupting me? I might go into some shadow thing. I'm angry at them. So we're cycling through these things all the time. But loss is loss. There's no question, because it is a disconnect from your inherent patterns of your essential patterns, your healthy patterns. So yes, I don't think there's any intermediary. You can be more in loss or less in loss or deeper, but certainly once you're disconnected, you're disconnected. If you're at your core, your inherent core, then loss and shadow are not present. And so the battle, the struggle is, for me, or someone who's following this, working with this, is to constantly monitor yourself and observe, or after the fact, observe if you've been in loss, shadow, and how much, and so on, and get to know yourself and other people.
Okay. Gyambasanla chiran tamshala tujche shugi na driva niyo driva chikde lingisar drun sundam bayore chik pönere chik ladagere chik drugire chiran takcho jena chipar kare ravo chik tongidu driva nindi gilukto lingisar drun shijanan va drogi mare jetsonga be sun lingisar niena lingisar drun niena duzo dolores Karenas, Karinje.
I will translate people who don't understand Tibetan. So there are 2 questions. One is that there are 3 different publications of Lingisar epic. One is Tibetan, then one Ladakhi, and one Bhutanese. What is the difference between them? And the second question is why Geluk doesn't like Lingisar epic? And even 𝐁𝐡𝐮 said that if you listen to the epic of Lingisar, it's waste of time.
Thank you so much for the amazing question. I used to be curious about that also. Regarding the first question, Can I say first in Tibetan? Link Sajarbu, Toma Chumbe Kabla, then Kong Samji Sibazuni, Sanji Misus Chumba, Ki any Jew Tamba, Tendichi Chayore. Yini Rembach and Turap Chuchis Jill Rembach and Takong Tomar, then Tomar Kong Choshi Dashi Tur, Ani Zonji Job Jedang, Zonting Tangmi, this time. Sang want to do ne tar kong ani kong ki ta gongba sang drup sabe jela gongba zo sabe jela tene kong ki ta jekap yoro te rimbe chine juk dibre kain sena dekap le nyamne chini ta ling patur dang ta na sing ki mas mo men dang ta na sing ki ani ling ki ta jem bang sang ma di nyamne ba cha rab that Yakshudans, Drubatoba, Toyadang, Togden Chayadang, and Ding, the Rembechene, Ani Chuba Chayadang, Yonda Chat, any linky, Jacob Dusin, Juk Jesum Bejela, Rembechene, the linky, Togta linky, Paturdansuki, Ani Namtardang, Togjudans, Rembe, drinking all the chani, and such a dam, the Kasagala, then Consul Con Tobadang, Tungadang, Tanashin, the Surtu, the name Dumang was sharing, the drinking all the Rembe, Juat and Chone, and then Pug Kita Charchoni, Rembe, Patani, Jilla, Turap, Jugu, Jobji Jugu, Tuala, Nipa, Sobola China, that any Rembech in the Jilla, Ani, the Nation Chongre, Mazeki, Chidanki, Linkesa Jabuki, Dunang Lola, Ani Sopo Dang, Dana Shingi, Lada Ganglada Jerbu, Dang, Dana Shingtini, Aransu, Drug Dang, the Samala Moon. Muling Yunji Layadang, the last of Gita, Ansuki, Linduna Lola, then Solo Himan and Java Chong, Tambish, and Jacob Sam Tambishul, Jurt and the Chong, Rembechin, that is the Dung all the chance, the Sando Inata, the Dung Pau Toju, Loju, Dundam remote in the Chichadi Yores, and Jawanipa, the Geluki Nalola Lingus Jabu Dung Tishira. Tarso meba di kains na hima ta gadin podang ani gadin podang ki wan jurbe jela rembe chen kar chong barela na tani ling sa jerbu ani dung di ka do ka ba song sang tani rembe chen ta u chola shira di ling sa jerbu dung shira tar yo mares tani yini ya gelu ki lama ji mangbo ki ling sa jebula ani to ba phoya dang tani ta yidam sudu tani to ba sentombo tani phoya tani jong yores tuje
Everyone, the session is adjourned.
Thank you to the chair for your time, and thank you to all the speakers. It is truly remarkable that all the speakers can present their findings and extensive research, which has taken years of work in just 15 minutes. This is a skill that not many possess. And I would like to give a gentle reminder that after the lunch, before we come back to the session, we'll have a group picture of all the participants and all the speakers at the Garsom, that's the courtyard. Kindly please join us. And now, as we break for the refreshment, let's hope we all have also the same skill to eat, drink in 10 minutes and be back on time. Thank you. Hello? May I have your attention, please? Respected distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear participants, a very warm good morning to you all. I'm Tashi Zangmo, an Assistant Research Officer at the Center for Bhutan and GNE Studies. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today on this momentous final day of the Bhutan Meditation Conference on Science, Meditation, and Mindfulness. As we now begin the next session of the final day, it is my distinct honor to introduce the session chair, Ms. Indrani Laskar, a truly inspiring individual whose life and work beautifully weave together the threads of public service, literature, spirituality, and artistic expression. Ms. Indrani Laskar is currently serving as an additional secretary to the government of Assam in Health and Family Welfare Department. She is a civil servant by profession, having served across Assam in diverse sectors, including Panchayat and Rural Development, Information and Technology, Women Empowerment, Sports, and Tourism.
She holds master's degree in political science and law, along with specialized diplomas in climate change and health, as well as digital transformation and governance. Beyond her public service, she is an accomplished writer and translator. Her Assamese translations include major literary works such as Amitav Ghosh's Shadow Lines and Gun Island, Jhumpa Lahiri's The Lowland, and Franz Kafka's Letter to His Father. She has authored collections of articles and poetry, and her creative writing spans short stories and children's literature. Ms. Indrani Laskar is a devoted student of Buddhism for over 15 years, particularly inspired by the teachings of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Her deep interest lies in applying Buddhist principles of compassion and mindfulness to modern-day challenges like stress, anxiety, and mental well-being. She is also active in Dharma work with Ngari Gatseling under Guru Tilku Rinpoche and has participated in teachings across India and neighboring countries like Bhutan and Bangladesh. Notably, she hopes to integrate mindfulness into public policy as a part of preventive healthcare. Beyond all this, Ms. Laskar is a passionate painter, deeply involved in Assam's theater scene, and is helping organize a film festival through cultural organization Chalachitram. Please join me in warmly welcoming our distinguished session chair, Ms. Indrani Laskar. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for such kind words for me. Indeed an honor and privilege to share this session, Art of Transformation, Sacred Sounds and Colors. Our first speaker is Harsha Nagarjuna, who will dwell upon the 11th century Alchi monastery in Ladakh. Harsha Nagarjuna is an independent researcher, illustrator, filmmaker, and cultural historian with a background in engineering and masters in film and design. His work explores the evolution of the Buddhist art across the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia. He has held art exhibitions, workshops in Vietnam, Georgia, illustrated children's books, and presented at various international seminars on art, philosophy, and aesthetics. For over a decade, he has followed His Holiness, the 14 Dalai Lamas, documenting his teachings through illustrated postcards. His interests include the evolution of Indian philosophy through manuscript, heritage, and sacred visual culture, and he had also served as a visiting lecturer at the Central University for Higher Tibetan Studies, Sarnath, and Savitri Phule Pune University. In 2023, he received the Foundation for Universal Responsibility Nalanda Studies Fellowship and is currently developing a graphic novel tracing the historical journey of the Nalanda tradition from ancient India to contemporary Tibetan communities in exile. So now we welcome Harsha ji to dwell upon the 11th century Alchi monastery in Ladakh, which I believe most of us have also visited, an impressive work of Tibetan and Kashmiri style. We look forward to listen to you.
Hello, thank you, ma'am. So, namaste, tashidele, and kuzuzangpola. So, venerable members of the Sangha, wisdom seekers, and my dear Dharma friends, I feel incredibly honored and privileged to be visiting Bhutan once again. So I thank the organizers of the 5th Vajrayana conference for having me here. And while there are countries which constantly pursue power, wealth, influence, fame, and even military might, I'm very happy to visit Bhutan because Bhutan is very unlike any other country in the world. It's a country that is in serious pursuit of wisdom and happiness, or the wisdom of happiness. I think this is the essential goal of human civilization and life. And probably this is the only country, and such a small country, that is showing the way to the rest of the world. So I'm very happy to be in the land of Thunder Dragon, Rukyul, Bhutan. Thank you so much for having me here. It's a distinct pleasure and honor to be in this Dharma kingdom. So now, I will take you through my paper, and this is, in 2000, I've been going to Ladakh for about 5-6 years now, regularly every summer, and in 2017, after Kalachakra empowerment, I went to 𝐁𝐡 Monastery. And when the grace of a master like His Holiness touches you, things open up, So in the empowerment, I'd heard that now you are initiated into the mandala of so-and-so with a vase, with a, Vajra, Dorje, and with a Utpala flower and all that. And I started wondering, now I'm a family member of Ratnasambhava family or Amoga Siddhi family, and who are these family members that I don't know of, And when I went to 𝐁𝐡, a new door opened up for me. And 𝐁𝐡, as you know, is a 10th century monastery. It's 1,000 years old. It is situated on the banks of Indus River in Ladakh. And it is filled with elaborate paintings. So 𝐁𝐡 Monastery is attributed to this great scholar and translator, 𝐷𝐿𝑒𝐻𝐿 𝐶𝐻𝑒, who visited that Kashmir region twice to help in the second dissemination of Dharma teachings in Tibet. And 𝐷𝐿𝑒𝐻𝐿 𝐶𝐻𝑒 is of 10th century, and he played a very important role in spread of Dharma both in Tibet and in the Himalayan Kashmir Ladakh region. He can be actually seen as the founding father of the modern Ladakhi culture. The monastery showcases a blend of Gandhara, now Kashmir, region, and Tibetan artistic styles, what we know as Tibetan Thangka today. And it has very huge murals and very impressive stucco sculptures. It is recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site of cultural importance, and it is celebrated for its Indo-Himalayan art aesthetics and is considered one of the oldest monastic complexes in Himalayan region. To put it in perspective, 𝐁𝐡 is like from the 10th century, whereas the great monasteries of Tibet, the Densasum, Sera, Gaden, Tashilumpo, they are from 14th century. So it predates, by 400, 450 years. Now, 𝐁𝐡 is filled with mandalas, and the walls are massive, and the mandalas are massive. It's not your small mandala. They are on the wall, and you can actually stand in front of a mandala and enter the mandala, metaphorically, when you are initiated to enter a mandala. And so these are some pictures. And 𝐁𝐡's temples are adorned with very intricate murals and mandalas, and integrating elaborate art with relatively simple architecture. The architecture is relatively primitive. The murals depict vast tantric worlds, allowing practitioners to immerse themselves in sacred space and profound visualization. And the large scale of these mandalas facilitate full sensorial experience, aligning with Vajrayana ritual practices. So I spent many a summer there, So then slowly these things grow on you, and the initiation takes time, and when the seed is planted, it kind of, with the right causes and conditions, starts, blossoming or giving some results. So here, mandalas are sacred space in art and architecture, and we all know, I think, even our professor in the last session, he presented the 5 elements and things like that. So in architecture and in art, they help in visualization and go on a metaphorical inward journey. Okay. Now, when you go to the mandala of 𝐁𝐡, it is a very complex set of mandalas. It's not a very easy one, because there are many mandalas with many set of deities and families of deities. Some are with 24 deities, some are with 36, some with 64, and so on and so forth. So to understand this, kind of this thing, we have to go back to a very classical, text in Tantric Buddhism called the Nishpana Yogavali. It's a very original work compiled by Mahapandita Abhyankara Gupta of Vikramshila Monastery. Abhyankara Gupta was the abbot of Vikramshila Monastery, and we know Vikramshila Monastery because this is where Palden Atisha studied, and later Lama Taranatha, of the Jonang tradition and Kalachakra, this thing, also studied. So this authoritative work of Nishpana Yogavali, it focuses on what a certain kind of mandala is, and what are the deities, and how it is, constructed, what is its geometry, architecture, and so on and so forth. So it comprises of 26 chapters, each dedicated to a specific kind of mandala and a family of mandala, and a series of, rules which need to be followed when the mandala is created. Unfortunately, after the 𝐁𝐡, Sumda, Mangyu temples, I think in India the tradition was lost, but it still continues in the Newari region of Nepal. So here, when you look at a mandala, based on what purpose it is used for, so there's an outer circle, there's a primary first layer, secondary layer, third layer, and a central focal point. And the outer circle usually acts as a fence or a perimeter. It's a protection circle. The inner circle is, offering, so it can be for merit and accumulation. The second can be for wisdom and discernment. Third is perfection of wisdom, and the center of the mandala is usually a representation of a dharma dhatu or a Buddha nature in one form or the other. Like how in Tantra you have, the Kriya Tantra, the Yoga Tantra, the Charya Tantra, and the Anuttara Tantra. Likewise, in the mandala also, depending on the deity, depending on the tantra class, and depending on the complexity, you have many layers and many kind of depictions. Okay, so the iconography can be of guardians at the external offerings, what you call chope lomo, in the form of fruits and precious things, the rinchen nadun, the special offerings of the emperor, and then there can be deities, who are in wrathful or pleasant kind with implements, which can be in the form of a vajra bell, a furba or dorje, or even a blazing sword like Manjushri. And then at the heart of the mandala is the dharmadhatu, and it is usually the emptiness that is shown in the form of a bindu or a seed syllable or Vairochana Buddha, And now, the Vajrayana triple level correspondence to this is like, it can mean body, speech, mind. It can mean outer tantra, inner tantra, secret tantra. It can be the ground path result. It can be nirmanakaya, sambhogakaya, dharmakaya body. It can be the seed syllable, oma, hum. It can be the outer deity, and the innermost or the secret deity. And it can be the deity form, it can be the light and sound or the mantra, and the syllable dissolving into emptiness. So the metaphor across all of Vajrayana, the threefold metaphor, can be applied to all the mandalas while you're engaging with the practice. Now, very interestingly, what happened was whenever I would go to the main dukhang, it's called the Vairochana Lakhang or the Vairochana temple, you walk inside, you enter, a small gate, and then there is an altar at the center where there's a mandala of the 5 Dhyani Buddhas with Vairochana in the center. Alongside the wall, there's a certain sequence of mandalas. And knowing the Buddhist masters and ancient Indian masters, they won't do anything without any specific purpose or detail. So the mandalas are sequenced in a certain way. So when I started learning more and exploring about the mandalas, I found it very interesting that there's a telescopic format to everything. How you enter the monastic complex or temple complex itself is a mandala. Then how you go through an experience of the mural on this thing, that itself is a mandala. Then how you penetrate each this thing is again a mandala. So it is a telescope in every direction of perception that goes into a kaleidoscope of things. So it's truly a Vajrayana thing, where you can see Buddha nature everywhere and everything is suddenly, animated and, full of the wisdom of emptiness. So firstly, it starts with the Trailokya Vijaya mandala. And this is a very interesting deity, Trailokya Vijaya is called the conqueror of the 3 worlds, and he's a wrathful form of Vajrapani. So to understand this, you have to go back to the Manjushri Nama Sangati. So Manjushri Nama Sangati is the teaching which Buddha gives to Vajrapani, and his wrathful entourage, and that sums up the entire body of the Buddha's teaching. It is considered to be just that one Manjushri Nama Sangati encapsulates the entire teaching of the Buddha and all the Tantra. So it is such a powerful thing. So the first mandala begins with this wrathful deity, Trailokya Vijaya, and this is his iconography. He is showing trampling over, Bhairava and Kalaratri. And, earlier they read it as like, Hindu gods being trampled over. But later when you discover the iconography deeper and deeper in Tantra, when a physical body is trampled upon, it shows that awareness or awakening going to the next stage. It's like a gate paragate kind of a moment. So you have Vajrayogini trampling about on the bodies of the same, Kalaratri and Bhairava. You have a Mahakala trampling over Ganesha. Then in the Shakta and the Kali Kaula tradition, you have Kali and Kamakhya herself trampling over Shiva. So it shows that it is ascension or, movement to a next level rather than any malefic intent or, any kind of this thing. So it's a gate paragate kind of a moment, right? So when you see this Trailokya Vijaya mandala, at the heart of this mandala is actually, Vairochana, but you can see different representations of Trailokya Vijaya in the colors of Akshobhaya, Amitabha, Ratnasambhava and Amoga Siddhi also, okay? And then the next mandala happens to be the Dharmadhatu Vagishwara Manjushri mandala. So this comes directly from the Namasangati, the chanting of names of Manjushri, which is a very profound text where Vagishwara Manjushri is considered to be the Lord of speech, and it is a very particular manifestation of Manjushri, who espouses or who kind of teaches you about the nature of Dharmadhatu. So here, the Namasamgati encapsulates the entire wisdom, and in the first, this thing you can see that there is Trailokya Vijaya, who's a fearful protector. So he initiates you, into the mandala, to help you overcome your fears because it's a wrathful deity. Then Manjushri elaborates on that with the wisdom sword. So the Rigpa, cutting through wrong views and perfecting the right view, So this mandala has Manjushri in 8 arms with a bunch of, things he's holding. He's holding the sword, he's holding Pecha, then there's the Utpala, then there's the, what is it, Pasha Ankusha kind of thing. So Manjushri at the center here represents the, perfection of, understanding, the luminous awareness, its wisdom and understanding, Vipassana and Samatha balance. Immediately after this mandala, you move to the Pragya Paramita mandala. So you have first the Tiralokya Vijaya mandala, then the Nama Samgati Vagishwara Manjushri mandala, and then the Pragya Paramita mandala. And this is the highest form of perfection of wisdom. As we know, Pragya Paramita is the ultimate wisdom, and it is not just a deity, but also the embodiment of transcendent knowledge. And it is an ineffable experience of Shunyata. Here she is venerated as a mother of Buddhas, Sarva Buddha Mata. It's a very poetic this thing that in the Dharma tradition, the infinite nature of everything stretches. So there's a saying that it goes, Buddhanam janani shani bodhisattva pitamahi, prapitamahi sattvanam pragye devi namostute. So she's seen as the mother of Buddha, then the grandmother of the bodhisattvas, and the great-great-grandmother of all sentient beings, So the idea of telescoping outwardly in an infinite space is very beautifully expressed here. Then here at the heart of this mandala is the Pragya Paramita. So when you see the sequence, Tiralokya Vijaya for protection, Manjushri Namasamgati for wisdom in action and perfecting the wisdom, and Pragya Paramita is the perfection of wisdom. It is the meditative realization or the union of wisdom of emptiness and compassion, right? Now, when you look at these kind of complex, consciousness maps like mandala, you wonder where does these things start from, Like interdependence always takes you to some point, both ways. You can go linking up or delinking. So when you go, you find the answer for this in Acharya Nagarjuna's very beautiful Dharmadhatu Namastavaha. It's a praise for Dharmadhatu, where he describes very beautifully the deities of a very simple, Dhyani Buddha Mandala, the 5 families of the Buddhas. In the center is Vairochana. He comes from the Vam syllable. Then above him is, Amitabha, who comes from A syllable. Then there is Akshobhaya, Amogha Siddhi, and Ratna Sambhava. And the way Nagarjuna does is very beautiful because, such an enlightened master that whatever he touches or whatever he expresses resonates with that essence of his realization. So I would like to chant this for you. It's a small, 7-8 line shloka. And in this shloka itself, you focus on this particular image. You can see that how the description of the mandala is already there in the shloka. So I think somebody would have realized and made this shloka, and then an artist will be explained this, and that's how the mandalas are made. Okay, so let me just, one. Am I audible? Yeah. Om Namo Buddhaya Shri Dharmadhatu Namastavaha Vamkaram Vajra Sattvam Cha Vajrasana Sadastitam Varuna Mandala Vyapi Vairochana Namostute Akaramadi Swabhavam Akashe Vyapitam Tatha Arkanila Samasteja Akshobhya Shri Namostute Rakaram Lakshmi Swabhavam Nana Ratna Manekada Ramvyapitam Cha Pratvim Ratna Sambhava Namostute Akaram Asthiram Bhavam Padmanaga Samaprabham Agniteja Samadishtam Amitabha Namostute Akaram Tatsvabhavam Cha Gandhavaha Samaprabham Akara Vishwa Vajram Cha Amogha Siddhi Namostute Dhakaram Dharma Swabhavam Dharma Sangha Swarupakam Dhatvashtakam Kirtitam Cha Dharmadhatu Namostute Sakaram Sarva Sampattihi Sarva Mangalamarthanam Sarva Siddhitvamevata Siddhi Vajra Namostute. So very beautifully, Nagarjuna is able to take you from the vibration, the seed syllable, to the 5 elements. He also says that, this Akshobhya comes from the sky-like nature, Namkha. This Vairochana comes from the water element, Amitabha from the fire, then Ratna Sambhava from the earth, and Amogha Siddhi from the wind. So he takes you through the vibration aspect, through the subtle wind energy, this thing, so the mantra, the wind energy, and the light, which is the color and the visualization. And all of this encoded in a shloka. And the whole thing, again, blasts out and elaborates as a mandala and this experience of, Alchi Monastery. So with this, I come to the conclusion. So I would like to dedicate the merit of this small sharing, to the long life of my teacher, His Holiness the Great 14th Dalai Lama. And to the noble aspirations and unyielding spirit of the Tibetan people, and to the Dharma Kingdom of Bhutan and the royal guardians, the monastic Sangha, and the devoted, kind-hearted, and simple people who keep the sacred flame of Dharma alive. So there's happiness and light everywhere. So I'm very grateful to see this. And lastly, I pray that may this merit ripple from Tibet, from Bhutan, from neighbors of India, and rekindle the timeless Dharma that once brilliantly shone in India and in Bharat, the land of this thing, as once it was before. So thank you so much. Tashi Dale,
Such a brilliant presentation. It has again motivated me to go once back to and see the monastery, which is just 2 kilometers from Leh. In fact, anybody who has visited the monastery will say that it always gives a heightened feeling of awareness with all its beautiful frescoes, sculptures, fabrics. It's a must visit. Next presentation which we have is by Dechen Wangma, who will be speaking on the songs of realization as a medium of Mahamudra, meditation and teachings. We look forward to hear from her because as we know, the dohas or the songs of realization have always served as poetic expression of all spiritual insights, wisdoms and devotion, often used to transmit the teachings of the Dharma and also praise the masters and explore the nature of reality, that is the impermanence of samsara, emptiness, absence of inherent self, and so forth and so on. So now may I welcome Dechen Wangmo, who is actually a Bhutanese artist best known for her singing. Her music is deeply rooted in her Himalayan yogi heritage and the Bumthang Valley. Raised in the mountains by the yogi parents who are the lineage holders in the Mahamudra and Mahasandhi traditions, she was immersed in the Vajrayana melodies from an early age. Her style is traditional as well as contemporary and a blend of both. With over 200 songs across spiritual, folk and modern music, she is committed to preserving the sacred Vajrayana musical lineage as well as Bhutanese folk. Holding a master's in public administration from the University of Hawaii at Minot from US and with 8 years in civil service and research, she merges the artistic talent with academic inquiry. Her current focus is on revitalizing Buddhist poetic expressions, curating new sacred melodies and expanding access to those sacred songs beyond the Himalayas, ensuring that these wealth of wisdom remain accessible, resourceful, and ever relevant. May I now welcome Dechen Wangmo, please.
A very good morning to everybody. My topic as introduced is Doha and Nyamgur in Vajrayana Buddhism, songs of realization as a medium for Mahamudra meditation and teaching. So although we have a lot of guru and choklus and a lot of sacred songs in our tradition here, my interest is to go back to the Indian wisdom from where it all originated. In my presentation, I will be running through the definition of Mahamudra to those who are new to it, and I'll be introducing Mahasiddha Saraha and his Doha and his medium of transmission, and then I'll also touch briefly on the melodic expression. So Mahamudra, or Chakja Chenpo in our language, in Dzongkha and in Tibetan, Mahamudra was, the father of Mahamudra is Mahasiddha Saraha himself. Maha translates to great. It's a Sanskrit word. Mudra translates to seal, symbol, or the brand, the ultimate and the absolute brand, because all phenomena are stamped by the great seal. That is emptiness or shunyata, and wisdom or prajna. Mahamudra is beyond words and conceptualization. It is best experienced or realized through radical practice and understanding the Guru's pith instructions and radically practicing it. In Buddhism, there are two traditions, the long textual teachings and many years of scholastic pursuit. And then there's the other pith instruction. So great masters who practiced and achieved and actualized all the sutras, tantras, and all the practices, they understand that common people like us, for us it's too complicated. It takes a lot of time and energy. So they have so much compassion that they customize the teachings to each individual's need and their capacity and their level of understanding and their level of realization. So they just extract the essence and then give it to each individual, and it's called the pith instruction. And the best example was the Dorjilopen. Vajra Acharya gave us a teaching on day one, and he mentioned about Nagarjuna's experience, time in Nepal, where a buffalo herder requested for a teaching, and the buffalo herder, his capacity was, his habitual pattern was he kept seeing buffaloes his whole life, so he could only visualize buffaloes. And Nagarjuna had so much compassion, and also he knew the method in a way that he asked the buffalo herder to visualize on buffaloes. And then with that, the herder achieved realization and he saw the nature of mind. Also, the great Indian wisdom has the most precious gift to the world. That is, they have a balance between the intellectual pursuits and wisdom and prajna. And the Indian subcontinent is where great Mahasiddhas lived, and then they actually didn't care about how intelligent you are. If you don't have the wisdom, then what do you mean? That was what they taught. And also, intellectual pursuits are a tool to achieve the end, but that's not the end. So that was what it was taught by Saraha, and likewise all the Mahasiddhas and great teachers. So coming to Saraha, also to those who are new to Saraha, he was the Mahasiddha who lived around 8th century. So many conflicting findings are there regarding his time in India. However, textual evidences point to somewhere around the 8th century. And then he lived in the Indian subcontinent, and he in future, he would have magnifying influence on, a great magnitude of influence on Vajrayana Buddhism in the land of Tibet, Bhutan, and beyond. Sara means arrow, and Ha translates to shooter. So this is from the Upper Brahmsha language, about which I'll be talking more in the following slides. He was an iconoclast. He rejected established beliefs, class, customs, institutions of the then Indian society. As shown in the picture, he's depicted holding an arrow. His arrow is a symbol of piercing the dualistic mind with wisdom. His teacher who gave him the pith instruction and pointed the nature of mind was his consort, who was a fletcheress arrow maker. She was considered to be from a very low class Indian society. in a society ruled by Brahmanical norms and very complicated class system in those days, she was considered a low class. And then in his vision, he had a guidance that there is a wisdom dakini who will point you to the nature of mind. Then he went looking for her, and he met her in a busy town, and then he spotted her selling arrows, and he asked her, "What are you doing, lady?" And then she responded saying, great wisdom of the Buddha is not understood by through words, through description through words. It is best understood by understanding symbols. So that was the moment where he was given the pith instruction by the wisdom dakini. Then he took her as his consort, and that was the beginning of Mahamudra, the Great Seal. So key themes in Saraha's teaching: direct experience and non-dual nature of mind, spiritual radicalism, and poetic mysticism. I'll be talking more about the poetic mysticism in the coming slides, and negation of conventional method, fierce critic of religious orthodoxy, social hierarchy, and the limitations of rational thought and social defiance. Just to run through briefly Saraha's influence on Vajrayana lineages. The first Karmapa Disum Khenpa and the third Karmapa Rangjung Dorje had visions of Saraha, and then has so much influence on the Karma Kagyu lineage and the whole Kagyu lineage. Milarepa, the most renowned poet, and Naljorpa in the Himalayas, his lineage is also from Saraha, through Naropa, through Maitripa, Marpa, also through Atisha. So we don't have to discuss much about who Milarepa and what his corpus of work is. And then Padampa Sangye also is said to have had a vision of Saraha, through which the Shije Chui lineage had begun. Dujom Lingpa had a vision of Saraha, from which Trama Nakmo had begun, and Longchenpa, and then of course, our very own Drukpa Kunle, who is believed to be Saraha's reincarnation, and also known for his songs of realization, his unconventional methods of teaching. Therefore, Doha songs act as blueprint for Mahamudra and other schools of Tibetan Buddhism and their teachings. Coming to Doha songs of Saraha. Doha is a spontaneous song sung at the spur of the moment when a realized master gains insight into the nature of mind. At that moment, the master has such level of realization that it comes out in the form of spontaneous song with spontaneous melody. It is born out of master's realization that comes from practicing the Guru's oral instructions. It is so profound and direct in the ability to transform and awaken the mind of the listener, and can instantly point to the nature of mind. Definition of Doha: it is derived from Sanskrit word dodaka, referring to the type of meter in Sanskrit poetry. Meter is the beat of the poem and the repeated rhythm, pause, that dynamic. And also, do translates to number 2, ha translates to set, so it also means poems in 2-line rhyming stanza couplets. Also, Lara Britstein, the author of Adamantine Songs of Saraha, she prefers to define Doha as pithy couplets. I agree with her definition because Doha songs are packed with wisdom teachings. In other way, pith instructions. The language usually used is direct, authentic, and intimate communication between master and disciple. It is a means to reach the common people's understanding of dharma and wisdom. For example, Aryadeva, in his prophecy to Nagarjuna, he said that in future, Vajrayana masters will use slangs, folk language, dance, poetry, and music to teach their wisdom and karuna to the common people. So this is an example of rhyming couplet of Doha. So talking about transmission, Doha as a means of transmission, Doha in itself is a pith instruction and transmission. Doha can be understood, it's described to be using twilight language. So twilight language has outer, inner, and secret levels of understanding. Outer, literal, inner, at the emotional and relatable level, secret at the elite level of Tantra. Also at 5 levels of understanding, Kriya, Charya Yoga, Anutantra, and Ati Yoga. It's as same as a prism reflecting different colors of light. So how you understand a Doha depends on your level of practice and also at what level have you achieved. Doha language is Apabramsha. It is a proto-language of all the Newari, Nepali, Hindi, Marathi, Bhojpuri, Assamese, Oriya, Gujarati, and Bengali. So the Mahasiddhas like Sarahati spoke proto-language of Bengali, which came around the Upper Brahmsha language. Melodic expression. Dohas are sung to varieties of melodies. However, Dohas don't have assigned raga. Raga is the musical notation guide on which you can improvise. It's not assigned like that. So Doha has to be sung, Dohas are sung at the instant moment of a master's realized state, so it comes out as a spontaneous melody, which I'll talk more in the following slides. So musical expression. There is a secret practice of music called Nada Yoga, from where mantras and all the spontaneous songs reveal. Our body has 72,000 nadis or channels in which vital fluids flow. Our human ear cannot hear the music of the flow of the fluids. However, once you achieve the Nada Yoga, you can hear the sound and the melody. Our body is divided into 7 chakras, Sare, Gama, Pada, Nisa. When a master realized in his deep samadhi state, as he comes out of it, the wisdom, Samanta Bhadri, wisdom comes out spontaneously, and his body channels will choose the right raga, the musical notation. So Dohas don't have composed melody, rather ragas come out spontaneously. And the deity or the energy chooses the melody. I have a short video of a living Siddha from Bengal called Kula Vaduta Satpurananda. He is a lineage holder of Indian Vajrayana and also oral tantric tradition. I'd like to play the video. if you'd like to watch more of his Doha spontaneous songs, you can Google Kula Vaduta Satpuranandala. And so when I look at this Siddha, it gives me a feeling that Mahasiddhas like Saraha, Virupa, and their contemporaries would have really looked like him with dreadlock, with beard, bulging energetic eyes, and that beautiful tan skin.
আর প্রেম বিহীন জ্ঞান হয় মতি আর ওই রতিমতি
So to conclude, Saraha is the founder of Mahamudra tradition, the shoot of arrow that pierces the core of duality. Doha has connection to our bodily channels, unlocking of musical channels with attainment of realization. Doha songs are perceived differently depending on the level of students' depth of practice. Thank you so much.
Thank you for such a brilliant presentation. Amazing indeed. In fact, dohas are also popular in India, especially the dohas of Kabir. And in Assam, we have the bhakti songs, which are composed by Sri Mantra Shankardeva, the great Vaishnava saint, which also has got incorporated teachings, especially wisdom and devotion to God. Thank you once again for this, and especially I think you have so brilliantly put up these dohas, which are indeed the imprint of Mahasamudra. Next, we have the presentation by Peter Makela, who will be speaking for the benefit of all beings, carving the manis of the Tein Bhakka Tulku Rinpoche. Peter Makela is an internationally recognized artist and assistant professor of art in the Division of Arts at Edgewood College in Madison, Wisconsin. He received his BFA from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago in 2008 and his FMA from the Leroy E. Hofberger School of Painting at the Maryland Institute College of Art in 2018. A 2022 Fulbright student researcher to Nepal, he has lived and traveled widely throughout the Himalayas and has exhibited nationally and internationally. Mostly recently, his work which includes a large solo exhibit at the Patan Museum in Nepal. One of the Tant Bhakka Tulku Rinpoche's main carvers, he has carved and glided Rinpoche's manis in America, Bhutan, Nepal, Tibet, and Pema-Kau. This is indeed a very interesting topic, and when I saw this and I went through the topic, I was indeed very intrigued. So like me, I'm sure all of us would be looking forward to hear from him. Peter, please.
Zampala. First, I would like to thank Dajo Carmo Ura and everyone at CBS for organizing this incredible conference, and for the royal family for their kindness in making this all possible. For all of the esteemed speakers and everyone in the audience today, thank you so much. So for this presentation, I will like to talk about the glorious Mani Mantra and the living tradition of carving it. As you all know, this is Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of supreme compassion, who embodies the enlightened intent to benefit all sentient beings and lead them all to perfect precious Buddhahood. It is said that Avalokiteshvara's compassion is as vast as the sky, and his heart is the Mani Mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Both Avalokiteshvara and the Mani Mantra are very profound and powerful. And to illustrate this point, I would like to read a quote from 𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐬𝐿. The 6 syllables of Avalokiteshvara's mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, are a manifestation of Avalokiteshvara himself. Whenever anyone, even an ignorant wild animal, sees these 6 syllables or hears the sound of the mantra, the seed of liberation is sown in his being, and he is protected from rebirth in the lower realms of existence. The syllables of Avalokiteshvara's mantra, even when written by an ordinary human hand, are not ordinary syllables, but have been consecrated by Avalokiteshvara's wisdom mind. These syllables are made of his blessings. They have the power to liberate. The Mani Mantra is revered and carved all throughout the Himalayas, and in the last 5 years, I've been very fortunate to visit many of these different sites. So all those blue dots are some of the places I've been lucky to visit and connect with the carving the Mani Mantra. And this is where the photos from the slide will be from. The Mani Mantra is traditionally carved with a hammer and chisel, but these days many carvers use a Dremel or power tools. And people from all backgrounds carve the Mani. Monks, lay people, yogis in retreat, retirees. And there's many ways to stack the Mani. So in the top right here in 𝐷𝐴𝐻𝑒n Phodrang Monastery in Thimphu, you see this beautiful, clean architectural style. Or in the bottom right in Bumthang, in Tarpeling, there's this very beautiful doorway that apparently leads to a terma that has not been revealed yet, and there's manis carved on that. Or next to it, this kind of mural size, beautiful mani that's carved into that rock face. On the left in Nangchen, Tibet, you have these huge boulders where one syllable is written on each one, or this incredible temple structure that actually consists of thousands of carved stones. That's the whole Kanjur. It's really incredible. So now I would like to talk about 3 very exceptional Mani walls. This is one in Pharping, Nepal, at the great master Chacha Rinpoche's personal retreat cabin. It's very rare to see this Mani wall. And these were made and offered by Ajo Garpo. Ajo Garpo was probably the greatest Mani carver of the 20th century, and he spent over 50 years in Sikkim carving the Mani basically every day. And as you can tell by looking at this, he's an incredible artist, an incredible stone carver, but also a practitioner with very high realization. And that's why I think these Manis are so perfect. They look like they're self-arisen, like they're effortless, because of the level of his practice. Now, the largest Mani wall is in Yushu, Tibet, and it's actually more like a Mani mountain. And for scale here, that is a person. And so they are carrying like a bag of their Manis to add to the wall of their accumulation that day. And it's incredible. So, there's many temples all throughout the world where people have been making prayers for hundreds and thousands of years. But the Mani is so special because that prayer is made manifest on the stone. So we can go and we can see and witness this collective effort to benefit all sentient beings. Now, most of us are always concerned with how do we make money, how do we make ends meet, and what's the point of spending all this time carving a rock? But if someone really has true devotion and cultivates bodhicitta, the intent to benefit all sentient beings, and then carves the Mani with single-pointed concentration, then it's very profound. It's a very profound practice. And to then go to a site like this and see that collective effort that all of these people throughout the last couple hundred years are doing this practice to benefit all sentient beings that goes beyond nation, that goes beyond religion, that goes beyond species, is really awe-inspiring. Now, those photos are okay, but to get a scale of the Mani wall, I want to show you a 360 video. It's vast. Now, 5 hours from the Yushu Mani Wall in the remote area of Zachuka is Pacha Rinpoche's Mani Wall. And Pacha Rinpoche was one of the greatest masters of the 19th century. Many people say that he was the emanation of Shantideva, and he spent a lot of time and effort on this Mani Wall. He commissioned many Mani carvers, and he even inspected every Mani before it would go on the wall. And as you can see here, it's like over a mile long. It's incredible. On the left is Patrul Rinpoche's Kurung Stupa, which is at the Mani wall, and on the right is a picture of the shrine in the temple there. Now, carving the Mani is a very humble practice. It's not glamorous, and many people might think it's quite simple, but if done correctly, it is deeply profound. I was told a story last year where one of Patrul Rinpoche's students, Azum Drukpa, had a student who was a Mani carver, and he taught him Guru Yoga and told him to do Guru Yoga while carving the Mani. And so this Mani carver committed himself to this practice, and through years of this practice, he attained full rainbow body. And after visiting this Mani wall and seeing the devotion of the carvers there, seeing the devotion of the pilgrims there, I have no doubt that this is true. And I also don't think this is a singular event. I think that many people probably have attained similar realization through this practice. Now, this practice is not just an artifact of the past, it's a living tradition. And the 10th Pakatoka Rinpoche is a teacher who is preserving this tradition, is propagating this tradition, and I'm very fortunate to be able to call Rinpoche my teacher. And through his blessings, I have connected to this practice. Rinpoche was born in Tibet and was recognized by the 16th Karmapa. He entered his first 3-year retreat when he was 13, and his 2 main teachers are His Holiness Dudjom Rinpoche and Chalcho Rinpoche. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go into life stories of these 2 incredible masters, but a quick example, Chalcho Rinpoche, if you put all of the years that he did in retreat together, it would be over 3 decades. His Holiness Dudjom Rinpoche recognized Baka Rinpoche's calligraphic talent from a young age and sent him to Minjerlin to perfect his Uchen and Ume, which Rinpoche did. Upon completing his studies, Rinpoche then became Dudjom Rinpoche's personal secretary for 7 years, where he would write Dudjom Rinpoche's correspondence and important documents. He also lived with Chalcho Rinpoche, where he would transcribe very rare and precious texts by hand. Pinna Rinpoche also asked Baka Rinpoche to teach all the tokos of Namdrelen calligraphy for many years, which Rinpoche did. Baka Rinpoche also has a very close connection to Bhutan, as the 8th Pakatoka Rinpoche was very close with the first king. I've been very fortunate to live and travel with Rinpoche, and it's incredible to see that he always writes the Mani. He writes Manis on stones, on paper. He always writes it. And it's one thing to read about compassion or conceptualize about bodhicitta, but it's a different thing to be able to live and spend time with someone who has integrated that into every fiber of their being. It's incredibly life-changing. And on my first day attending Rinpoche and traveling with him, he told me, in all your free time, carve the Mani. Don't waste time. And I've been trying to do that. I started carving the Mani in my mid-30s. This young boy in Tibet has a much greater head start, and I rejoice for him. And it's not an easy thing. You don't want to cut a syllable. You have to really respect what you're carving, and the stone is hard, and there's always water kind of splashing, and you have this very high-voltage machine, and you're trying to carve a straight, deep, smooth line. So you have to have a very steady hand and a very steady mind. And I used to think that, the more creative things are, the more different things are. But actually, through this practice and carving hundreds of stones, I see that there's freedom in this discipline, freedom in that restraint. And it allows me to see that everything is always fresh, everything is always new. This is a hand-chiseled Mani from Pema. We also gild a lot of Rinpoche's Manis, so this is a process shot. So we will have the stone, we will make the stone smooth, Rinpoche will write the Mani, I will carve it. We will then paint like a yellow oil primer, wait a day, paint on the glue, wait a few hours, put down the gold, wait a few hours, burnish it, the next day paint the varnish. So it's very time intensive. But I think it's another way to also cultivate devotion, cultivate bodhicitta, and then single-minded concentration. And it's also quite beautiful at the end when you see the sun hit the Mani and see the rays go out everywhere. It's incredible. Now, wherever Baka Rinpoche goes, he plants the seeds of these Mani walls. So when we were in Pema and Dewa Kota for a month, Rinpoche wrote over 300 Manis, and somehow we were able to carve all of them. I've seen Rinpoche plant the seeds of Mani walls in Pharping and Swayambhu in Nepal, in Boomtong, all throughout the US. And this is one of his mani walls in Tularosa, New Mexico. So Tularosa is in the middle of nowhere. It's just like a small little desert town. And when I first went there, I didn't really understand why Rinpoche was building a mani wall there. Yes, it's a big sky, but I just didn't get it. But after spending more time there, then I realized that actually this site is 60 miles from the first nuclear test site. So you have this nuclear bomb, which kind of epitomizes selfishness and aggression and ignorance. And then Rinpoche very humbly and very quietly is building this mani wall that embodies compassion and wisdom and selflessness. And it's incredible. Also, it's interesting to think about the lifespan of these stones. So any of these stones, some of them can be hundreds of millions of years old. And when the mani is written and carved on the stone, it becomes inseparable from Avalokiteshvara. So in that sense, any being in those hundreds of millions of years that have stepped on that stone or seen it or walked by it now has the seed of enlightenment planted in their mind stream. In that way, Rinpoche also has stones from all over the US, from all over the world, sent to these walls where he writes and they're carved. So in that sense, the blessings of Avalokiteshvara go out to all time and all space to benefit all sentient beings. It's an incredibly vast view and an incredibly profound view. So it is my aspiration that these mani walls proliferate throughout the world, that people will take up this practice. And if anyone would like to collaborate on a mani wall or learn how to carve the mani, I am always available for this. And I would like to end this talk with a video of Rinpoche writing the mani. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. This was such a beautiful, beautiful presentation, to say the least. It speaks amazingly of our intermingling of artistic expression with Buddhist thought, and we all appreciate the kind of technical skill that goes with it, the determination, the dedication. Thank you so very much, Peter, for bringing this up. I believe the next speaker is not present, if I'm not, yeah. So next I will go to Sarah Annie Stoll, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she will be speaking on the blanket songs, indigenous sound, ritual, and contemplative practices. And this is something we look forward to listen to, because Sarah, as it is here, she has completed her PhD in art history at the University of Wisconsin in 2019 with a dissertation critiquing an example of ethnic fraud in modern American Indian art. Her academic interests extend beyond art history to include curatorial practices and museum studies. She has also worked with prominent institutions such as the Dallas Museum of Art and Milwaukee Art Museum, as well as for a variety of academic galleries. She was a contributor for an exhibition of contemporary native art that opened in 2013 in Venice. And then her recent publications include Spirituality, Art, and Memory in installation by John Hitchcock and Eric Paul Regi in Religion and the Arts, that was in 2025, Riding the Waves of History, How Installation art reclaims and indigenous spaces in first American art magic, hustling and hoaxing, institutions, modern styles, and native art in American Indian culture and research journal, an introduction in 𝐻𝐿𝐴 in watercolor, edited by Elizabeth 𝐌𝐞𝐝. And she is now currently working as associate professor of art history for 𝐻𝐡 College, Medicine. And so we look forward to listen to her, because not always we get to hear about contemporary Native American art. Yes, Sarah, please. We look forward.
Thank you so much. And thank you for everyone being here. I know it's the last day of the conference and it gets to be quite long, so thank you for being here. And thank you to the hosts for putting together such a wonderful conference. I truly appreciate it. I'm humbled and I'm honored to be presenting here with such prestigious and kind scholars and spiritual leaders. So I'm very happy to be here today. My current work explores ways contemplative and meditative practices manifest in traditional arts of various Native American communities. As one of many examples, the Washoe basket makers of what is now California emphasize the requirement that one have a right mind and a positive mind while harvesting materials and while creating baskets, lest negative energies and spirits be captured in the final object. This echoes some other global indigenous animistic traditions and evidences that the notion of focused mind exists cross-culturally and across geographic locality. More specifically, my paper considers traditional Native American sound and imagery as doorway to meditative and contemplative practices. As frame, I consider the works of Kiowa Comanche artist John Hitchcock. Although contemporary, John's work is connected to long histories of Native American contemplative prayer practices, adding a second layer for conversations regarding the transformation of traditional practices and imagery in the contemporary world. Because of time constraints, I will simply introduce John and his work to you through sharing about a show that I curated of his work titled Blanket Songs, and a show that I curated for Edgewood College a few years ago. I'll begin by sharing a very brief example of the kinds of songs John harnesses in his work. This first audio is a blessing song that he gave me permission to share. The audio features the voices of his grandparents. Their voices, intertwined with recorded sounds from the land, are central to understanding Hitchcock's installation work. The use of this song allows for everyone to mentally gather in one place, and to gather in harmony, and to honor and recognize ancestors, to begin in a good way, essentially. So let's see if this will play.
Oh, yo, Rami Sutaina. Oh, yo, Rami Sutaina. Rami Sutaina. Anan Suwakai Yunana. Anan Sutai Kita. Oh, yo, Rami Sutaina. Oh, yo, Rami Sutaina. Oh, yo, Rami Sutaina. Rami Sutaina. Anan Suwakai Yunana. Anan Sutai Kita.
Okay. So John is an enrolled Kiowa with Comanche heritage, so I quickly share this map so you can get a sense of where in the world we're talking about. He creates installation works that are essentially full rooms that merge sound, movement, materiality, and ritual. His practice combines printmaking, video, sound, and neon to act as a living testament to cultural resilience and indigenous continuity. In Hitchcock's works, materials and symbols are not passive. They carry ancestral knowledge, memory, and power, animated through sound and ritual movement. Materials such as naga hide, ribbons, and neon reflect cultural continuity, connecting present-day practices with long-standing Kiowa and Comanche traditions. For example, suspended from the ceiling, he shows what he calls shields titled Welcome from the Stars, 𝐶𝐞 and 𝐶𝐞, created with screen print, ribbons, grommets, dye, and acrylic on Naugahyde. The celestial imagery references Kiowa and Comanche origin stories. In Comanche, 𝐶𝐞 and 𝐶𝐞 mean grandmother and grandfather. Signaling familial ties to the spirit world. The gallery transforms into a ceremonial space where ancestral spirits, animated through the sounds and these materials, interact with visitors. Hitchcock's use of video projections further heightens the otherworldly aura where past, present, and future coexist. Naugahyde is a synthetic kind of substitute for leather. It's the kind of plasticky material in a lot of contemporary cars. He uses it to evoke resilience and adaptation. Historically, buffalo hides held spiritual, and still contemporarily, hold spiritual and practical significance for Kiowa and Comanche. Hitchcock transforms industrial materials into storytelling mediums, echoing the tactile power of pre-contact indigenous practices while challenging fine art world divisions between craft and fine art. You can see repeated Comanche designs like the border and hourglass motif traditionally used for healing ceremonies. Hitchcock reinvents these geometric patterns in neon, extending their significance into the contemporary world. The calendar hides are mounted on the walls. You can see them in the background on the left here. They're actually traced from a buffalo hide that his grandmother kept in her living room. They draw directly from Comanche record-keeping traditions. The shield forms kind of move like energetic mirages of dancers, evoking ceremonial movement and memory. Traditional shields were protectors, not only of the body, but also a sort of spiritual protection. Often layered with feather, furs, and personal emblems, Hitchcock's suspended shields retain these associations of protection and identity, while ribbons attached to them sway in the air currents, recalling ceremonial dance regalia and evoking ancestral presence. Elsewhere, geometric imagery in the installation mirrors traditional beadwork, such as on the moccasins worn and crafted by Hitchcock's grandmother. Examples of historic beadwork were also on view to directly connect the past to the present in the exhibition. Indigenous artisans adopted ribbons in the 1700s from French fur traders, and glass beads later were imported from Venice. Both materials are rooted in global trade routes and harnessed as vibrant, adaptable mediums for ceremonial dress. These global materials became woven into indigenous material culture, speaking to the adaptability and creativity of indigenous peoples during the devastating decades, centuries of colonization. In the exhibition Blanket Songs, sound is equally vital. Hitchcock's integration of Comanche hymns, spoken stories, and music creates an immersive, contemplative environment. His recorded album, Blanket Songs, plays in the gallery, merging soundscapes and materiality. It includes the voices of his grandparents, as well as traditional stories, and new music performed by his band, The Stolen Sea. This integration of sound aligns with the understanding of music as medicine in indigenous communities, where music, the words, the vibrations, the sounds, serve as a medium to restore balance and harmony, promoting emotional, spiritual, and physical healing. Video projections ripple across the floor of the exhibition. They feature imagery from Hitchcock's childhood landscape, the Wichita Mountains of Oklahoma, along with buffalo and references to militarization. This region, reserved after the 1867 Treaty of Medicine Lodge, carries layers of spiritual, cultural, and political history for the Kiowa and the Comanche. Through sound, video, and installation, Hitchcock uses the gallery space as site of indigenous intervention into narratives of loss, survivance, and resilience. And I will just play a little bit of this, if it works, so that you can get a sense of the types of projections that he was using. Okay, and if you're interested in more, I'm happy to share more of that with you. Let's see. Language preservation plays a vital role in blanket songs. Hitchcock sculpts Comanche words such as numanu, which literally is the Comanche word that they use for themselves. It is translated as the people. And Taibo, which is essentially the way that numanu people talk about white people or colonizer people in neon. Neon is typically associated with commercial signage. It's repurposed here to sort of reflect cultural endurance. Historically, colonial policies, such as the boarding school system, attempted to erase indigenous languages, severing children from their communities and cultures. As of 2022, fewer than 9 fluent speakers of Comanche remained. By inscribing these words in neon, Hitchcock affirms that Comanche identity is vibrant and strong. The Neon Works Honor Song, Arena Director, Timekeeper, and Honor Song Necessity of Innovation incorporate traditional Comanche symbols that you see here on the left. The border and hourglass motif I've already mentioned, radiating circles and directional arrows recall beadwork, dance, and healing practices. Through this work, Hitchcock asserts that indigenous traditions are not static relics, but dynamic and contemporary expressions of identity. At its core, blanket songs is an offering. Blankets within indigenous cultures, indigenous communities signify respect, protection, and honor. Although physical blankets are absent, the installation acts symbolically as a blanket offering to John's ancestors, to all indigenous ancestors, wrapping visitors in sound, in ritual, and in memory. Through materials, song, language, and movement, Hitchcock is creating a ritual space that uses traditional imagery and objects in new ways. He invites visitors to pause, to listen, and to use the space he creates as an opportunity to reflect. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for that brilliant presentation. In fact, your presentation assumes more significance in today's time when we all feel the need to preserve our traditional art and culture when we are swept by the digital onslaught which we all are facing. Thank you, Sarah. In fact, the clipping that you had shown us just reminded me of one book which I had read, and most of us must have read, Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee. It was such a touching book. And your presentation, actually I went to USA also, then I saw few of this installation art, and that was what reminded me. It was for me, and I feel for everyone, when we talk about Native American culture, it touches our soul. Thank you so very much. Next presentation is by much respected Dasho Karmahura, who will be giving a presentation on illuminating the life of Yeshi Tosgel in drawings. Dasho Karmahura is currently the president of Center for Bhutan and GNH Studies. His career has spent interest in development goals, statistics and indicators, and their policy applications and Buddhist literature, fine arts, and philosophy. He was bestowed the Order of Druk Korlo by His Majesty the King for his contributions to literature and fine arts. The government of India awarded him the Vaishak Sanman Prashasti Patra for 2020 for his recognition of his scholarship and fine arts in Buddhism. One of his paintings is currently on the display at the British Museum. Among many books, his latest is a 2-volume titled On the Unremembered Bhutan. His forthcoming book is on GNH.
In striving towards archetypes and essentialism, painters are also reductionist, although they are also visionaries. And you can see this reduction of thoughts in metaphorical imageries in the most popular things like 4 friends. They are not empirical. Rather, in terms of, in another expression, they are pictorial theories. So this is my attempt at 4 friends in my style. So you see now the coloration. Of course, I wanted each of them to also have offsprings to suggest flourishing. My main point is that they are another type of theory, but the pictures of 𝐂�ψ𝐽, for example, in this one, Dorjichang, is much influenced by northern Indian and Nepalese art, because these were transmitted to Tibet. Only partial influence, not total influence, in between 8th and 12th century. So in some paintings of 𝐂�ψ𝐽, which I now will shorten to Y, she is shown wearing very tight trousers, which she never wore. In this sense, painters are also fictional writers. But this is my drawing based on the 1504 Tamshing painting of 𝐂�ψ𝐽, which is in totally authentic style and wearing authentic dress. I'm very honored once again by the presence of His Eminence Perizana, because His Eminence is also already a person who's devoted his time to drawing and already published one booklet of drawing. So this is dreams. Dreams and imaginations, as you know, are vital for creation of any event, any world. And in some sense, any plan, including 5-year plans. You have no good vision, it will be a rubbish one, especially if it is attempted by ordinary bureaucrats. And their dreams and imagination are also most important for our mental health. The moment we stop dreaming, having colorful dreams, we die in one way. And dreams in sleeps are another way I feel that our consciousness illuminates us during our sleep. And here you see wise father dreaming his wife with 3 eyes, standard thing, as you see, and an 8-year-old girl playing the lute. This is a cross dream. So the wise mother dreams a rock bee going into the head of the father. So this is the final picture. I think I'll make you dwell for a moment. So because it's a dream sequence, it's just sort of floating like in hypnagogic perception, just between real sleep and real wakefulness. Water and sky are also forward-looking signs whenever they appear, either in dream or in reality, not in excess like floods, of course. And she was born in Drak, in Kharchen, in mid-8th century, on the 10th of the lunar 5th month, very holy day. It coincided with sunrise, light shower, rainbows, and emergence of a small pool in front of the house. that is still there. This is quite possible during May, lunar, this is June, July. It's quite possible, all these things, except the biography's statement that also there was heavenly music at the time of her birth, and thunder, etc., is something you can investigate further. So now, at 14 or so, somebody proposes to her, and at that time, it was an age where horses were high currencies. Horses, anyway, are the most important technologies that we harnessed 6,000 years ago, first as food, then milking animals, then finally technology of speed, which is replaced now by horrendous car that destroys the environment. So all of us who are driving, instead of having cows or horses, are small criminals, if we stay honestly. But the Minister of Transport will disagree on that. But the suitors who bring about 300 horses each are denied, and she actually flees for safety. But another captor is awaiting her, and that is the minister of the king of the world, 𝐷𝐻𝐿 Gyalpo, 𝐶𝐶 Tenzin at that time. In my painting here, which is not there in the Namtharor biography, the marriage is sealed by drinking milk from the same cup, which symbolizes, of course, fusion, digestion, and togetherness, drinking from the same cup and plate. But very soon, there is a boundary in Tibet. Martial past is now transforming into another vision of what politics and governance should be and what the purpose of a nation should be. And that is instrumentally transformed by Guru Rinpoche, who asked the emperor to let go of 𝐸𝐸 for the sake of the development of Vajrayana. And so they retreat to, she becomes the 5th queen of 𝐶𝐶 Tenzin, very briefly. And then after that, she is, in today's matrimonial assumption, regarded as a consort of Guru Rinpoche. From my reading of biography, this is a very controversial statement, and I will explain this bit later on. But in Tildro cave, she receives teaching from Guru Rinpoche, from basic things like Four Noble Truths to the result vehicles, that is to say Vajrayana and Dzogchen. So here, this is my imagination of Tildro cave overlooking the Tsangpo River and the mountains and the far horizon. Chimpu cave. Of course, caves are symbols of freedom from all our normal occupations like possessing big buildings, real estate, income, so forth. But also they are real primitive homes of safety and security for most of human history. And now this rock, His Eminence, I saw in the video, visited and cried in this Chimpu cave, where people knock their head on the stone. I didn't get that chance, but I did that also in Singizong rocks, where Y meditated. This is a very expensive rock. After that, they retreat to Tildro cave. And in Tildro, something rather dramatic happens. I would like to say, in approaching this topic, that Vajrayana is approaching us or coming to us with use of very transgressive or rather shocking images, such as sexuality, death, corpse, skulls, etc. This is mainly, as Professor Samuel has mentioned, to redirect erotic energies towards something else. And Guru and Y manifest themselves. I say this is a kind of symbolic description, but a lot of sexual description is also involved in it. So without fictionalizing, I draw. So one manifests as Padma Heruka, and the other manifests as Vajra Varahi. But exactly what it is I think, different matter, I think. So here you see this standard imagery, but I have redrawn with different scales. I don't use the same scales and iconographic measurement. And this is the final drawing. Amongst the skull, I had the pleasure to draw Pol Pot, Hitler, Stalin, etc., if you notice quite closely. Through kind introduction of Ian, my old friend, Ian Baker, I also did a major painting that is now on exhibition and collection of the British Museum. Here it is. I have only a micro life as a painter. I think I spend about 3 weeks in a year, not more than that. After retirement, I think I will go little longer than this period. But this was my most, sort of one of the longest stretch I did, about 6 months. I would like to spend little more time on this, if it is allowed. This is really, I need to explain this because there is allusion to this in her Namthar. And there is no description of this, but I got the description from Longchen Yashi's part called 𝐷𝐶𝐻𝐷𝐻 𝐾𝐻𝐷𝐻. This is to translate, we can translate it as cloud ocean of the profound meaning from 𝐷𝐶𝐻𝐷𝐻. In fact, this is being read by Namkhaeng Buddhist days. This is being read. It would have been good if people could attend this pictorial presentation, which would be a very fast comprehension. Now, this is a cartography translating his text, which took me a little more time. The explanation of all this subtle body depends on whether you are using 2 chakras, 3 chakras. 3 chakras, this is corresponding to 3 kayas, 4 chakras, 5 chakras. 5 chakras correspond to 5 dhyanas and 5 wisdoms, as you know, and somebody else will elaborate on this. Already there was a lot of reference to this. I would like to say that the 𝐷𝐷𝐻𝐷𝐻 cloud ocean of profound meaning from 𝐿𝐷𝐻𝐷𝐻 done by Longchen Ramjam can be explained structurally as when did this concept come about? He depends on He Vajra Tantra, he says, but he has his own ideas about it. Time of origination. What is the function of it? So he goes into the function of all these three channels and many other branch channels. How they are laid out in the body, biologically or suprabiologically, is a bit metaphysical. And then how do they relate in, what are the significations in relation to the 3 distracting emotions or toxins, or in relation to things like selva, deva, all those characteristics of meditations, you know, tongpa and all these things. How does it function in relation to the 5 normal consciousness, and how does it function in relation to non-normal consciousness? I think this non-normal consciousness is quite important for us to understand if you believe in all these metaphysical ideas. But in any way, since a lot of Vajrayana is centered on this, I think it's useful to spend some time on this. So I will go very, very quickly now. Here I go very, very quickly. As opposed to how it is represented normally in the internet and all, I think the picture is inaccurate. First of all, the central channel is intertwined, and there are 21 knots, he says. 21 knots. And from these 21 knots, total of 500 radial channels go out through the body. He says that there are countable 72,000 nerve, but uncountables, like the hair on your body. I think this is a reference to India rather than anywhere else. In terms of the origination of the idea, it says these 3 channels and all these ideas exist in the universal time. 𝐿𝐶𝐻𝐽𝑒𝐿, primordial, something primordial. In terms of signification, 3 channels, as you know, right, left, and center. Center represents delusion, right, aggression, and left, desire. That is to understand according to conventional truth. According to 𝐂𝐚𝐧 and Dondamwan, he presented it as differently.